पात्र सर, गोपाल सर, ଆପଣ ଜାଣିବି ସେ ଲିଷ୍ଟ ଅନୁଯାୟୀ କାହାକୁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଗେଷ୍ଟ ଅଛନ୍ତି ହେଲା ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଜଏନ୍ କରିନେବେ। ଠିକ ଅଛି, କାରଣ ସେମାନେ ଏଥର ଜଏନ୍ କରିବା ଆରମ୍ଭ ହବ ହେଲା।
Here, we believe in Gandhian philosophy. We are incomparable, uncommon. We invent, we inspire, we attempt the impossible. We foster leadership values. We emphasize on character as well as physical and intellectual development. We produce skilled innovators, specialists, and professionals. We build the nation. We are GIET University.
GIET University believes that quality education should be followed by prime placements. Over the decades, the relentless effort of GIET University has ingrained a reputation for consistent quality placements. It has formed enduring and constructive partnerships with the corporate and industries to provide foot in the door opportunity to all the eligible students.
Hello everyone, my name is Saurabh Suman. I belong to Ranchi, Jharkhand. I'm currently pursuing a BTech degree from Gandhi Institute of Engineering and Technology University, and I have been placed in Hexaware Technologies. So coming down to the exposure and the facilities that I have been provided through my college, it is the thing that has made me today. So basically, the TMP cell and the PPT classes have supported me a lot,
enabling them to start off their career just right after they complete their course curriculum without facing the real-world job struggle.
Hello friends, my name is Soumya Padi. I am from Raigada. Currently I am pursuing my BTech degree from Department of Biotechnology, GIET University, Gunupur. Currently I have been placed from BTech Solution and it is in Vadodara, Gujarat. And apart from that, I would like to say that the GIET University provides you a very green environment which helps you to attain a peace of mind and you can be in your discipline.
As a result, GIET University has been crowned the best university in Eastern India for campus placement at the Asia Education Summit 2020. With an impeccable overall placement record of more than 15,000 students placed in the world's most leading companies, exhibiting the constant rise up to 90% placements in 2020 in over 100 topmost companies. GIET.
Yes. Ja, ice cream नहीं है. भूमि आदर समाया
ज्ञान साधन विज्ञानानि केतना विश्वजय विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय
GIET विश्वविद्यालय
GIET
विश्वविद्यालय
GIET
विश्वविद्यालय विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय
ज्ञान प्रतिष्ठा अखिल विश्वरे प्रतिश्रुति प्रतिबद्ध
ज्ञान चेतना आत्मा जागृत जहार कोण अनुकोण विशुद्ध
ज्ञान साधन विज्ञानानि केतना
विश्वजय विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय शोभा पूर्व घाट शिखरिणी शिखरिणी
पाई छानी जय वत्सधरा कोण कोण निझरिणी निझरिणी
कलाकुञ्जै नन्दन वन सुरभि अमृतमय
ज्ञान साधन विज्ञानानि केतना विश्वजय विश्वविद्यालय
GIET
विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय
सर नमस्कार सर, पटना सर।
विश्वविद्यालय GIET
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार सर, मित्तल सर नमस्ते। It is 9:30 start hour, sir. Vice President sir, already our respected Mittal sir and respected Patnaik sir join with us. Rest sir, Mittal sir और Patnaik sir join कर सकते पात्रो सर এটা টিকে মিউট করে দেবে हैं।
परिवेशे हिते प्राणे ज्ञान निर्झरिणी झराई विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय भूमि आदर्शमय विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय प्रतिपथ ज्ञान चेतना आत्मा जागृत जहार कोण अनुकोण विशुद्ध ज्ञान साधन विज्ञान निकेतन विश्वजय विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय GIET विश्वविद्यालय
सर नमस्कार सर। सर नमस्कार सर। सर ऑलरेडी मित्तल साहब एंड LM पटनायक साहब, नायक साहब ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं। एंड शशांक चौधरी सर is going to join at 10 AM and Abhay Jere sir is going to join with us very soon.
I have already joined.
Sir. Sir, namaste sir. Namaste sir. Thank you sir. पूरा कल ग्रैंड सक्सेस में हुआ सर हैकाथन, एशियन हैकाथन. सो ए बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू यू एंड कांग्रेचुलेशन टू यू सर. रियली इट्स ए great achievement for all Indians, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, shall we start now? Vice President, sir. Sanjay, sir.
Sir, we can begin, sir. So all our dignitaries have joined. So
Yeah, we may start now. And BC, sir, already.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, brother?
Sir, namaste,
Yes,
sir.
yes,
Thank you, sir. Namaste.
Namaste, namaste. Okay.
Okay.
Namaste.
We may start, sir. Over to Bandita, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Hotman sir, namaskar.
नमस्कार वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सर.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
नमस्कार.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Namaskar, Nayak sir.
Namaskar. Okay, namaskar to everybody.
Yeah, Professor Balas from Romania also, who is our program chair, she also with us right now. Thank you, ma'am. Namaste.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome, madam.
Good morning. Thank you.
Bandita, we can start.
Yes, sir. Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of GIET University, I, Mrs. Bandita Sahu, take the pleasure and privilege to welcome our honorable chief guests, special guests, program chair, general chairs, conference chairs, esteemed vice chancellor, president, vice president, director general, registrar, dean, distinguished speakers, participants, my dear colleagues, students, to the virtual inauguration of International Conference on Next Generation of Internet of Things, ICNGIoT-2021. This is being organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering, GIET University, Gunupur. Before moving forward with our agenda, let us create an aura of aesthetic spiritual appreciation by reciting the Saraswati Bandhana, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. Gopal sir, please.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा. हस्ते स्फाटिक पद्मासने संस्थिताम् वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीम् बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
If we think that the internet had changed our lives, let's think again. The Internet of Things is about to change it all over again. IoT is transforming the everyday physical objects that surround us into an ecosystem of information that will enrich our lives. From refrigerators to parking spaces to houses, the IoT is bringing more and more things into the digital fold every day, which will likely to make it a multi-trillion dollar industry in the next generation. I am delighted to welcome the General Chair of ICNGIoT-2021, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Head of the Department, Computer Science and Engineering, to deliver his welcome address to the August gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to this virtual inaugural session of ICNGIoT 2021. It's a matter of immense pleasure that the Department of Computer Science and Engineering is organizing this international conference on next generation of Internet of Things. This conference is definitely going to provide an excellent platform for industry and academia to take an in-depth look at many of the issues raised on all aspects of Internet of Things. We are honored to have with us Dr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of Education, Government of India, as our chief guest for this inaugural session. As special guest for this occasion, we are proud to have with us Professor Dr. Lalit Mohan Patnaik, Adjunct Professor and Senior Scientist at National Institute of Advanced Studies, India, Sri Sasank Chaudhary, Chief Technology Officer, Odisha Skill Development Authority, Government of Odisha, Sri Harkesh Mittal, former advisor and head, National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. I welcome you all, sir. I welcome Dr. Valentina Emila Balas, University of Arad, Romania, as our program chair, and Dr. A.K. Nayak, immediate past president, Computer Society of India, as the general chair of this conference. I welcome our honorable president, Dr. Satyaprakash Panda, vice president, Dr. Chandradhwaj Panda, director general, Dr. Jagdish Panda, vice chancellor, Professor Gautam Ghosh, to this inaugural session. Let me take this opportunity to inform all our respected dignitaries that due to some urgent and unavoidable circumstances, our president won't be able to join us online, but he has conveyed all his best wishes for all the team members of this conference. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. R.S. Tavas, University of Porto, Portugal, Dr. Sudeep Mishra, IIT Kharagpur, Dr. S.K. Udgata, Central University, Hyderabad, Dr. Dmitry A. Jatsev, Odessa State Environmental University, Ukraine, Dr. Anindya Bose, Senior Editor, Springer Nature, Dr. Lakshmi Parida, IBM Watson Research Center, New York, Dr. Kenan Kilik, Nikde Omar Halsedemir University, Turkey, and Dr. Dana Rad, University of Arad, Romania, as our esteemed keynote speakers for this conference. Let me also welcome our registrar sir, Dr. N.V.J. Rao, deans of all the schools of this university, head of the departments, senior professors, faculty members, research scholars, students, and all the author delegates to this virtual platform of the inaugural session of this conference. As a general chair of this conference, I am immensely grateful to each and every one of you for being with us today. The conference has solicited and gathered 252 technical research submissions related to all aspects of this conference themes and tracks. After the rigorous peer review process, 80 papers of these submitted articles were accepted on the basis of their originality, significance, and clarity of purpose for this conference. The proceedings, which will be published by lecture notes on network system, that is LNNS book series by Springer, and will be indexed by Scopus and will be archived by DBLP. Special gratitude and appreciation are due to all the various authors, reviewers, as they are primarily responsible for the content of this technical program. Finally, I wish all the participants to have a unique, rewarding, and enjoyable time at this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable oratory towards the conference. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. A.K. Naik, whose excellency made all of us proud and hardly needs an introduction. Professor Dr. A.K. Naik, immediate past president and chairman, Academic and Awards Committee, Computer Society of India. He is the advisor of Indian Institute of Business Management, Patna, who has received several national and international awards, including Dr. Abdul Kalam Gold Medal Awards and 2 Lifetime Achievement Awards in 4 months, that is, from July 2019 to October 2019. Please welcome Professor A.K. Naik, General Chair of the conference, to address the August gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Vandita ji, for giving a very brief, nice introduction. Honorable Chief Guest of this occasion, Dr. Abhay Zerin Sahib, and our Guru and our mentor, the pride of Odisha, Dr. L.M. Patnaik, and Honorable Dr. Shashank Chaudhary ji, and the very dynamic and vibrant promoter of this group of institution, Gandhi Institute of Engineering and Technology University, Honorable President Dr. S.P. Panda, Vice President Dr. C.D. Panda, and the Director General Mr. Jagdish Panda, and very vibrant and dynamic Director Dr. Ghosh, as well as Registrar Dr. Rao, and Head of the Department and General Chair of this International Conference, Mr. Dr. S.P. Panda, and Convener Dr. Bajkishore Mishra, and other dignitaries, and our General Chair, Madam Balaji, other dignitaries, and keynote speakers, paper presenters, research scholars, and all the participants connected with this 2 days international conference on next generation Internet of Things. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be associated with this great university in the capacity of General Chair, or with this very thoughtful theme of the conference, that is the next generation Internet of Things. There is no doubt to deliberate upon what is the importance and what is the requirement of organizing such kinds of international conference on a vital theme, that is the next generation advances in Internet of Things, because everybody knows very well how the IoT and the IoE, along with the robotics technologies, and by the output and outproduct of the many of the integrated technology, whether you tell it is the artificial intelligence and machine learning and the networking and the sensor technology, all these things. So, and it is going to play a very important role in the future day to come. My dear friends, as I always tell everywhere, this is the time when many number of advanced computing technologies have been arrived, and it is a time for the integration of the technologies. The integration of the technology, the integration of technology is very much required to integrate the technology to bring to the form applicable form which can cater the needs and demands of the mankind or the general peoples of the society. In that respect, when we are talking of the IoT that is great application, Internet of Things and Internet of Everything, is going to play a very significant role, particularly in the Industry 4.0 and in general in many aspects of the field. Even if you talk of the Education 4.0, what has been compelled and having a compelled circumstances due to the arrival of the pandemic period COVID-19. The Education 4.0 can have also the many applications which will be based on the Internet of Things, whether you take up the setting of the virtual laboratory or setting of the virtual university and virtual campus. And there is no doubt, and we are in India, we are conceptualizing with the Industry 4.0, where the industry will be converted into the smart industry, and machines will be the smart machines, and the devices will be talking with one another. But the thing is that research has already been arrived, and lot of development are coming in existence so far as the Industry 5.0 is concerned. In many of the advanced countries, the Industry 4.0 has came into the existence since last 5 years. In viewing that, and we can imagine what will the great demand of the application of the Internet of Things and Internet of Everything, and lot of advancement has to be done. So far today, as my knowledge is concerned, perhaps 26 billion of the devices have been interconnected with one another to communicate with one another, and more than 50 billion of the devices have been connected with the Internet. Imagine the requirement and the demands will be more in the future days to come, and what the things by the emergence of this technology, the huge demand, what is the huge requirement, what is going to happen, that depends on the intelligence, and as well as the huge storage amount. And now today we are having the consideration of storage amount in the zettabyte, because that happened due to the emergence of the Internet of Things. When we are talking of the zettabyte, we imagine that it 10 to the power 21, that is 1 billion of the trillions byte, and imagine what huge volume of the storage is required. And this exponential growth in the storage capacity, as well as very micro applications of the various applications of the artificial intelligence, whether it is in form of the business intelligence, or in form of the computational intelligence, or in form of the emotional intelligence, which is the very latest concept of applications of the artificial intelligence, that is emotional intelligence, can come into the integrated application along with the IoT and IoE and the smart computing and the robotic concept, which will steer the industrial applications, the business application, converting them to the smart industry and the smart business houses, along with even if the Education 4.0 and many applications which will be requiring for catering the wider and broader application of the e-governance project, where we will be requiring the demand of catering the services to the common man, and services will be available at the doorstep of every man. As I remember, Swami Vivekananda has told, a necessity, the father, mother of invention, and every cover is uncovered when it is discovered. प्रत्येक आच्छादित चीज तब उन्मेलित होता है जब हम इसको आविष्कार कर लेते हैं. That is why when we are talking of the next generation of the Internet of Things, definitely we will have to think much how the IoT and IoE will be coming in a very transformed manner, and for the next generation, and what are the more research and innovations are required for empowering this application, Internet of Things and Internet of Everything. That will be the matter of discussion in these 2 days international conference, that is the next generation of the IoT. I must have to congratulate all the presenters, research presenters, as well as the keynote speakers, as well as the dignitaries who have been present here on this auspicious occasion, and expressing my sincere gratitude to the very dynamic authorities and of this great university, that the Honorable President, Vice President, and Director General, Vice Chancellor, and the Registrar, as well as the very dynamic faculty teams and the General Chair, as well as the convener of this 2 days international conference, and with my great gratitude to all of you and the dignitaries who are being present here, as well as my billions and millions of thankfulness, I once again congratulate each of you and extend my thanks for giving me the opportunity, and pray to the God, may God bless each of the people who have been connected with this webinar, to pick up the daffodils from the paradise of their future professional career. Thank you very much. Namaskar to everybody.
Your thoughtfulness on technology that's always pleasure. Your conceptualization on IoT and advanced technologies will definitely help the researchers to do their best. Thank you very much, sir. We are very honored and proud to have with us Dr. Valentina E. Valles from University of Arad, Romania, as our program chair of the conference, whose presence has elevated the conference magnitude at its peak. Madam, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, namaste to all of you. First of all, I want to express my appreciation to the organizing committee for inviting me here in this important event here. And second, I want to extend my greetings to all the participants in this conference. I can see there are too many, more than 200 people here with us. What is important is in this conference is that you propose to discuss so important things for nowadays. And I want to tell you that at this point, it is crucial to reflect on the changes that are currently taking place. Changes can be temporary, but decision to act on them or not will be transformative for our future. What will the new norms imply for global research? Can things that are currently changed become transformed forever? With evidence for potential positive changes, how we can sustain those changes and build a global research community that is open, equal, ethical, robust, sustainable, humanistic, diversified, but also collaborative, responsible, and trustworthy. That may not be immediate or definitive answers to these questions. Nonetheless, addressing them will require a long-term vision, structural changes, and collective commitment that all academic stakeholders in institutions and countries around the world. Digitalization, data exploration, and the development of artificial intelligence are driving a period of rapid and ever-increasing changes and inequality across the world. The global digital revolution has received added impetus from the impact of COVID-19, spreading up the transfer to online education, provision and shopping, and the many other services providing online. This is rapidly changing the world of work at a time when universities across the globe are under pressure to improve the employability of their graduates while struggling to keep up with the sheer pace of change and the ever more complex skills and retaining that the IoT, artificial intelligence for industrial revolution industry will require. They want to know what skills employers will demand in the future, how higher education institutions and adapt their provision or work with alternative providers to provide cross-cutting skills, and how they can ensure access to and achievement of those skills by all. I can tell you that in Europe, it's a European Association of Universities, where our university is also a part. And exactly yesterday, they discussed and they signed a document that the title is Universities Without Walls, a Vision for 2030. This document is the result of extensive consultation and deliberation with European Universities Association members and partners over the last 6 months, and it sets out a vision of resilient and effective universities serving Europe and the world societies toward a better future. So there are some points that they try to discuss, and the European Universities Association vision will support the development of the education area in the European space and world space, also research and provide useful guidance as universities refresh their institutional strategies in the context of European higher education in rapidly changed the world. In particular, it focuses on sustainability, the importance of the openness, the role of university mission, and how to turn with vision into reality. So, as I am in a university, I am very much interested on these questions and problems that we put in universities. For economical environment, of course, it's very important. They need our students to be well prepared for the future and for all the challenges that are put in front of them. Another document very interesting that was introduced in 15 January in Dublin is related to artificial intelligence in next generation networking by infrastructure, network type, IoT solution, segment that means consumer, enterprise, industrial, and government, and industry verticals. In the interval 2021-2026 for the next 5 years. And it's a report, again, with a good analysis, and this report assesses the impact of artificial intelligence in various network product and solution, including embedded equipment, component, and software platforms. They involve in this important meeting the main industry side, big companies, and together they discuss all these things. But very important for all this meeting was that artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming an integral part of various digital technologies, including software and many aspects of ICT infrastructure. For example, the artificial intelligence chipset marketplace is poised to transform the entire embedded system ecosystem with the multitude of artificial intelligence capability such as deep machine learning, image detection, and many others. And things are many to discuss here. It's true that we need to face to these challenges nowadays, and in all universities around the world, in India, where I am visiting so often, and I can see a rapid development of university, of economy, with your students that are so well prepared with the nice staff of professors and all personnel that are working in universities. So we all together need to put our efforts and everything in these challenging days to be well prepared for the next generation of Internet of Things, next generation of research with the artificial intelligence, with all these components that are developing nowadays. Once again, I want to thank you all, Vice President, President, Vice President, all dignitaries that are here together, and all ladies and gentlemen and students that are in this important conference. I wish you good success and to be in touch all together to put all your knowledge here and to take advantage for the benefit of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable oratory on adapting the changes system and lead with the global research with the digital revolution. Madam, your noble words will always be in our hearts and minds. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed Vice Chancellor of GIET University, Professor Dr. Gautam Ghosh, to address the August gathering. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Very good morning to you all. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Abhay Jere, special guest, Professor L.M. Patnaik, Dr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dr. Harkesh Mistalji, Program Chairs, Professor Nayak, Professor Emilia Balas, and our Honorable President, Professor S.P. Panda, and Honorable Vice President, Professor C.D. Pandaji, our Director General, Registrar, Dean Academic, Dean R&D, distinguished speakers, participants, and colleagues. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you all in this international conference on next generation of Internet of Things, ICNGIoT-2021. As you know, the momentous development that has taken place in wireless sensor network and telecommunications informatics have paved the realization of pervasive intelligence which envisions the future Internet of Things. The genesis of IoT goes back to 1980s with the idea of ubiquitous computing, whose objective was to embed technology in everyday's life. Currently, the IoT is envisaged both at the individual and professional level. For an individual, IoT plays a pivotal role in changing living standards in the form of e-health, smart homes, smart learning. And for professionals, IoT finds its application in automation, smart supply chain, transportation, remote monitoring, and logistics, and so on. So IoT plays an important role in finding its applications in automation. It's a novel application that promises to transform the physical world as we know it today. But there's still a large space of open innovation. As theme suggests, the next generation IoT is characterized by the usage of smart solution with embedded intelligence at the edge that relies on hyperconnectivity, processing capabilities for edge devices, and real-time analysis of information. Next generation Internet of Things centric concept like augmented reality, high resolution video streaming, self-driven cars, smart environment, e-healthcare, etc. have a ubiquitous presence now. These applications require actually higher data rates, large bandwidth, increased capacity, low latency, and high throughput. So in light of these emerging concepts, the theme of this two-day international conference is quite relevant and is very well structured. I'm sure this international conference will bring together all the leading academic scientists, speakers, research scholars to exchange and share their experience and the research results on various aspects of next generation Internet of Things. I would like to convey my greetings to Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Dr. Brojo Kishore, the entire team for organizing such a comprehensive symposium. I once again congratulate the organizing team and convey my best wishes for a successful program. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your motivational words towards technology as well as towards the emerging concepts nowadays. Let us welcome the dynamic personality with excellency in his essence, Honorable Vice President of GIET University, Professor Dr. Chandradhwaj Panda, to address the August gathering. Sir, please.
Namaskar, good morning, and welcome you all to this function esteemed Chief Guest Dr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of Education, Government of India, Revered Special Guest Mr. Sasank Chaudhary, Chief Technology Officer, Odisha Skill Development Authority, Government of Odisha, Mr. Harkesh Mittal, former advisor and head NSTDB Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Professor Dr. Lalit Mohan Patnaik, who is my guru, former professor, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, respected Professor Dr. Akha Naik, General Chair, Professor Dr. Sanjay Kaur, General Chair cum Convener, Professor V. Balas, Program Chair from Romania, Honorable President Dr. Satyaprakash Panda, Director General, respected Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Deans of different schools, Dean Academics, Dean R&D of GIET University, distinguished speakers, delegates, professors, faculty members, members from print and electronics media, and my dear beloved students. At the outset, I must congratulate the Department of Computer Science and Engineering for organizing a conference on IoT, inviting such eminent personalities who are pioneers in the field of Internet of Things. I request one and all to give a patient hearing to those eminent speakers. The Internet of Things concentric concepts like augmented reality, high-resolution video streaming, self-driven cars, smart environment, e-healthcare, etc. have a ubiquitous presence now. These applications require higher data rates, large bandwidths, increased capacity, low latency, and high throughput. In light of these emerging concepts, IoT has revolutionized the world by providing seamless connectivity between heterogeneous networks. The eventual aim of IoT is to introduce the plug and play technology, providing the end user ease of operation, remotely access control, and configurability. The concept of IoT revolves around the word smartness and ability to independently obtain and apply knowledge. Therefore, IoT refers to the things or devices and sensors that are smart, uniquely addressable based on their communication protocols, and are adaptable and autonomous with inherent security. IoT offers many business opportunities which allow companies to build new business strategies and models to implement the concept. Not only business opportunities, but also the realization of efficient and resourceful research opportunities to scholars and investigators of multidisciplinary fields. Hence, it combines business studies, engineering skills, science, and humanities all under one umbrella. Also, IoT transforms the world into a smart world where everything is easily accessible in less time and effort. The IoT deployments also enabled the enterprises to meet their business needs. Microsoft proposed a cloud-based architecture in which the nodes send their data to the cloud gateway for processing. Similarly, you must all be knowing the IoT-based video solution is implemented by Banco de Córdoba With this implementation, the trainers are not required to visit fields, hence increase their productivity level. Since the conference has reputed personalities, speakers from all over the globe, it will go a long way helping the researchers, scholars, lecturers, students in enriching their knowledge on IoT, next generation, and hope they will come up with more innovative ideas. My heartfelt thanks goes to the chief guest, special guests, and the different chairs like general chair, program chair, and special thanks to Madam from Romania, who has kindly consented to be a program chair in this conference. Really, I am indebted to all of you, sirs. My special thanks goes to the technical sponsor Springer for the unwavering enthusiasm and supports towards this conference organized by the Computer Science and Engineering Department of GIET University. Now I would congratulate, my hearty congratulations to the Department of Science and Engineering, Computer Science and Engineering, because they have organized a conference keeping the need of the hour. And my thanks to all the volunteers, convener of the conference, and wish the conference a success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's always been the way to grasp your valuable words. We really smelled the essence of your excellency through the nice oration on next generation of IoT. I believe every human has a finite number of heartbeats, and I don't intend to waste any of mine. Let's welcome the Honorable Director General of GIET University, Dr. Professor Jagdish Panda, to address the August gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you. Namaskar, everybody. Very good morning to one and all. Throughout the globe, we are united now for today's this nice occasion of International Conference on Next Generation of Internet of Things. There are many things to discuss, many personals from different parts of the globe are united for the betterment of our society. So today's conference will be a nice one. It shows very clear, and I'll be proud to be associated with you all. Hence, my best wishes for this occasion. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Your words always inspire us to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more with the best effort. Thank you once again. It's my privilege to introduce our constant source of motivation, Professor Dr. L.M. Patnaik, Adjunct Professor and Senior Scientist, National Institute of Science Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Professor L.M. Patnaik obtained his PhD in the area of real-time system in 1978 and DSc in the area of computer system architecture in 1989, both from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. His teaching and research interests have been in the areas of computer architecture, parallel and distributed computing, including high-performance computing, subcomputing, including neural network, and evolutionary computation, and many more. In these areas, he has published over 1,300 papers in the referred international journals conference proceedings, book chapters, books, and technical reports. He has supervised over 30 doctoral students and over 200 master students in the above areas. He is a fellow of IEEE USA and the World Academy of Sciences Italy and all the four leading science and engineering academies of India. As a Vice Chancellor of the Defence Institute of Advanced Technology under the Ministry of Defence, Government of India, during 2008 to 2011, he had initiated a number of programs in the areas of nanotechnology and cyber security for the defense application. After his superannuation in 2011, he served as an honorary professor with the Indian Institute of Science. For his contribution, he has been awarded more than 30 awards. His contributions to the Indian higher technical education system are outstanding. Please welcome Professor Patnaik for his oration to the August gathering. Sir, please.
For the Bangalore. Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes. Professor Dr. Satya Prakash Panda, Honorable President in absentia. Professor Chandrajot Panda, Honorable Vice President. Professor Director General, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, President Bose, former President of CSI, Professor A.K. Naik, and we have the chief guest, Dr. Abhay Dare, and special guests, Sri Sang Chaudhary, Sri Rakesh Mittal, Registrar of the University, Professor Rao, Deans, Heads of Departments, Professor Kumar, Professor Bisra, invited guests, media persons, invited speakers, and young student friends. At outset, my belated New Year greetings to you all for a healthy, prosperous, and mask-free, safe the New Year. Let me sincere thanks to the organizers of the conference for having invited me to be here this morning to talk. This has been now virtual meetings, virtual conferences, seminars. I think it has been saving quite a bit of our time, the travel times, finances. It has been a blessing in disguise. We have been doing all these digital activities virtually earlier, as we say, again. It was well known doing earlier, but then it has become a norm, and this will continue for quite some time. Let me not get into the details of Internet of Things, industrial Internet of Things, GIET for organizing this wonderful event, which is topical, which is of interest. And I was looking at the advanced program. It has a lot of interesting papers in this area. And we're organizing a conference, particularly in a place like GIET Gunapur, which is in a remote area in the southeastern part of Odisha, is really challenging. Organizing an international conference in Bhubaneswar, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai is fairly easy. One such event in a place like Gunapur is very difficult, and I have been able to organize it virtually, connecting people across the globe. It is really a challenge. I think the general chats, particularly Professor Naik, Professor Paul, and have done a in putting this wonderful. As was mentioned, Internet of Things is one of the topical things now. Many topics connected together. Now, we don't talk about IoT or IoE, Internet of Everything, in isolation. We have large number of things connected. For example, as was mentioned, augmented reality, virtual reality, edge computing, fog computing, cloud computing, then advances in computer networks, data communications, like MIMO technology, the massive MIMO technology, and business models, security, particularly distributed ledgers, blockchain technology, everything come together. Because IoT, particularly when you talk about sensors, different topics, whether it's walking rate, pulse rate, and how much of distance one has walked while doing jogging in the morning, or when something is connected to an automobile, you are talking about driverless. So there's talk the sensors connected across the globe. There are all numbers, these massive numbers. But the question is, they generate huge amount of data. What do you do with this? The data is staring at you. You don't get. That is why intimately data science, you have to process this data. When you have a sensor moisture measurement, you may have a drone, there will be a camera mounted, it may take images of something about the crop condition, how much of pesticide has been put in the field, it may take images. So how transmitted in wireless medium, as was mentioned, the cloud will do the processing. The local sensors will not have enough of computing power, obviously, because it is a tiny device. It has constraints of power, energy, cost. And the certain amount of processing is done at the edge computing time, called edge computing, where data is generated. Some processing can be done, but you obviously cannot be putting massive amount of AI, machine learning algorithms cannot be put, that be pushed to the cloud. So cloud, fog, edge computing, IoT, big data, data science, machine learning, and 5G, augmented virtual reality, business paradigms, everything go together. It is not looking at in isolation. There was talk about what is called IIoT, Industrial Internet of Things. There is what we call Industry 4.0. There is industries talking about that. Now we have Industry 5.0. All these things have come under the broad purview of what we call CPS, cyber physical systems. What is cyber physical system? On the cyber side, we have the digital computer, which does the processing, probably big data, data science using Hadoop, Spark, all the things, are using number of database packages like Cassandra, Hive, and some of these things. It may use machine learning algorithms, whether available in public domain, or one can develop these things to do some classifications. But then when you talk about these things, they need huge amount of competition. Today, people talk about deep learning with a large number of layers, okay, too deep. But then they have a good amount of appetite for the numeric competition. You need good amount of competition power for these things. So all these things, essentially what they do, when they take the data, do some classification, some decisions have to be taken. So these can be used, for example, in the context of autonomous vehicles, self-driving cars, healthcare system. For example, people have used AI machine learning algorithms even in the context of COVID-19. The new drug discovery, the vaccine discovery had a lot of things to do with studies of molecular systems, protein structure, and AI and machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithm techniques have been used extensively there. and the IoT health. But then one of the challenging aspects today is security. If you talk to people who have been implementing IoT, 97% of them, they say biggest challenge is security. Why? Hackers can make your life miserable. Imagine there is a pacemaker in a patient. Somebody tries to mess up with that thing, make it move faster, accelerate, the person will die. Okay. Imagine there are thermostats in a cold country used somewhere in a foreign country. In India, we don't have problem in winter in a cold country where there are thermostats used. Somebody tries to mess up with the thermostats. The temperature is brought down heavily. So the people will die out of severe cold, chill. So there are problems, and it is not that it is unheard of that. We have heard a few years ago the Stuxnet virus, which created havoc through PLCs and power plants, how it transmitted and created problems. So the people who are hell-bent and creating messing up with the security systems, hackers will create enough of challenging problems. That is why sometimes we joke, IoT is not Internet of Things, it is Internet of Trouble. Okay, that is because we are using heterogeneous devices. That is why wherever internet is there, we invite trouble. Wherever internet is gone, we have problems. Why? Because heterogeneous devices not comply to standards, and all sorts of devices connected, we get worms, viruses, all that thing problems we see is thanks to internet. There are no standards. In fact, standards is one of the most challenging topics in internet today. You have to talk about some of the standards being compliant. So the hot topic of research in future will be one of security, how to make them secure. Look at the driverless car. There are a number of sensors, wireless sensors. If somebody tries to mess up in and make it go faster, obviously the car will meet with some accidents. Okay, so security is one of the challenging aspects in IoT devices. The moment you try to make it the number of bits large, like 256 bits, 512 bits, it needs more energy, more computation time, but you don't have that. So you should have smarter solutions for that. So that's where I said, when you talk about IoT, cyber physical systems, or industrial Internet of Things, edge computing, fog computing, machine learning, AI, connected with that, and people have to look at this holistic. But I will just switch over for a while to switch over for a little bit different. For a place like GIET, or even for Odisha, or for Indian context, now to look at more number of applications of IoT. I've been talking about the number of these things. The IoT technology is known. People have been talking about number of devices and all that. Many success stories, startups in the country. Tata Telecom has talked about some applications in that how to control these street lights. They have done something in Mumbai about gas control in residences and all that thing. And healthcare systems, we should have more of applications, case studies in Indian context, either for agriculture, like soil moisture measurement, pesticide control, using images, using drones, how to look at the conditions of crops, flowers, fruits, vegetables, control the pesticides and do all that thing, and switch on the pumps remotely, help the farmers, number of things. Healthcare system, transportation, education, we should demonstrate some applications of these things linking with the cloud, real life applications. That is what is more interesting. That is one thing I would just like to spend a couple of minutes in the context of the GIET. What is called education, or the so-called new educational policy, NEP. And the distant future, for another 20 years or 25 years or 30 years, all the universities, all the higher learning institutions have to go through a dramatic transformations. Okay, the education system in this country has to go through to change university or institution only engineering, technology, education. No. Universities means they're universal, they have to embrace everything. It has to be that. In fact, the engineer or technology has to be knowing bit of art, science, social science, philosophy, psychology, political science, everything. It has to be well-grounded type of product. In fact, if you look at some of the statements of the great people, the Apple co-founder Steve Jobs said, it is the technology married with the liberal arts, married with humanities, that yields us the results that makes our hearts sing. And he said, the reason that Apple is able to create products like iPad is because we have always tried to be at the intersection of technology and liberal arts. And Einstein said, all religions, arts, and sciences are born from the same thing. And even in AI, we talk about languages, arts, history, economics, ethics, philosophy, psychology, human development courses can teach critical philosophical skills that will be instrumental in the development, management of AI. In fact, I was a member of the famous Yaspal committee, which talked about regions of higher education. He also said university means it has to have everything under its umbrella. You cannot have unitary subjects. You should have philosophy, medicine, social science, literature, arts, economics. People have to be talking to each other. Some of the engineers, economists have those traits. You should see what other people talk about. So that is where the NP has vocational education, interaction of engineering, science, in the liberal arts institutions among themselves, and you should have what are called clusters or groups. You should be talking to a law institute, medicine institutes, either you should have in the same campus or elsewhere you should interact with them. And this praise is going to come in the next few years on the universities. There are some states which have started. For example, Karnataka government has already started the NEP policy, revising its syllabus, and they have said that it has to be vocational education. They are talking about skills, they are talking about development, and all these things are being about skilling people so that they get jobs. We are good at talking about nice algorithms, nice maths, nice derivation, but we need to implement so the engineering product. So skill development has to be there. That is where I personally feel GIET can have its role, interact with some places, some smaller institutions, polytechnics, etc. See how to build this thing. In fact, we have seen even in this recent budget, there was allocation of development of technical education modules, curricula in local languages they are talking about now. Even in NEP, there is emphasis on heritage, local language teaching, and all that stuff. This is going to come slowly, you will find out. So these things have to be there. Universities people problem and take the application and get from out of the traditional way of looking science with and they're talking about teaching, research, community engagement, environment ethics, value-based educator. The undergraduate program has there are multiple exits. You are tier degree. There is what is called a 4-year multidisciplinary with research. You are actually right. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Brojo, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, as I was telling, it is something which GIET should concentrate, though it is not directly with the
Ireland patnam salla odnan dekhing kan bondita armo kala bele salla na bonta armo kene salla. Bondita ma'am, over to you. Yeah, please.
Thank you, LM Patnaik sir, for being such an impactful leader and motivating the researchers. Each and every word you spelled out summarized the research globe. I'm profusely overjoyed to take the opportunity to introduce our special guest of the conference, Sri Shashanka Chaudhary, Chief Technology Officer, Odisha Skill Development Authority, Government of Odisha. Sri Chaudhary is currently working as Chief Technology Officer at Odisha Skill Development Authority, Bhubaneswar, since 3rd April 2019. He is leading the complete digitization of the Odisha Skill Development Authority as well as the Department of Skill Development and Technical Education. In addition to that, he is also supporting the digital initiative which aims at providing digital skilling throughout the state of Odisha. He has been the key member in partnering with industry leaders in the area of digital skilling. Prior to joining Odisha Skill Development Authority, he has close to 21 years of experience in the IT industry, working in various roles like delivery, competency, pre-sales, HR, and strategic initiative areas. He was also instrumental in branding his base location both within Tech Mahindra and in the state of Odisha. Sri Chaudhary is also actively involved in various local forums to contribute beyond the organization. He is an active member of Board of Studies for few universities. He is an active speaker in various institutes. At the local IT industry forum, he has been involved in various initiatives like framing the ICT policy, NASCOM, site, etc. I would like to invite Sri Chaudhary to address the August review. So please.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a quick check of the mic. I hope I am audible to everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, audible.
Thank you so much. Professor Braja Mishra, thank you very much for inviting me to this August gathering. It's my first apologies for joining a bit late because there were some calls late night and also in the early morning. And at the same time, my apologies to all the guests on the for this VC. First of all, I'd like to thank GIET Gunpur for inviting me to such an illuminated gathering. I feel myself as just a practitioner amongst all the research and the education luminaries present in the meeting today. and I think I get to learn as and when I get a chance here. Without wasting much time, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, the entire leadership from GIET Gunpur, eminent speakers for the conference, respected guests, respected chief guests, distinguished guests, faculties, and my dear students. First of all, belated New Year wish to all of you.
Sasank sir, kindly unmute, please. Yeah, thank you, sir.
When did you lose me, actually?
Sorry, sir,
Or do I
wrongly
need to start
interrupted.
from
No, it's okay, sir,
Just
right
like
now.
2 seconds back.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. So first of all, thank you very much, GIT Gunpur, for having me in this August gathering. Truly privileged, honored, and to be among such luminaries. Since the topic is of Internet of Things for the next generation, I think it's a very timely moment that GIT Gunpur is organizing this particular conference. When I said timely, because COVID has opened up a lot of opportunities in the area of IoT. And IoT has been there long back. Professor Patnaik spoke about precision farming, and I got a chance in my earlier days with the Mahindras to work on a complete end-to-end precision farming proof of concept, right from the farm to the fork concept. But in this particular occasion, I would like to deliberate on one point, that Odisha is a land which can actually create or can be a sandbox for the innovation. The reason why I'm saying, because we have the best 6 IT companies in terms of the global recognition, as well as we have 100 plus small and medium IT companies out here. Number 2, we have got the best of the heavy industries as well as MSME sector. We are very good in the minerals metallurgy area. We have got a very good in terms of the fish and aquaculture sector, as well as in the agriculture sector. Now the best of the academics are also here. Probably this is an extremely unique position for a state to be, and in my personal opinion, I feel that innovation can happen here if all of them together can converge to work towards the innovation, like the convergence of technology, Internet of Things. For example, a Xavier Institute or the Management Institute can play the role of the financial aspect or the management aspect or the branding aspect, while institutes like GIT Gunpur, IIT, NIT, the government engineering colleges and the private engineering colleges should join together across borders to look at solutions, and the industry or the industrial sectors should be the one who should feed with their data or the business problems along with the test data. Because IoT research or anything that can happen without test data is meaningless, because you will not be able to simulate what a business side problem thinks about it and how it behaves. So together, I feel Odisha as a state can definitely become a sandbox for innovation. And if you look at Western countries like US and all, this is how the model has been. Keeping this particular thing in mind, at Odisha Skill Development Authority, we are also launching quite a few initiatives. We did partner with the best of the organizations for the digital skilling. That's first to build the foundation of the digital skilling. There are quite a few partnerships which we have opened up for everyone. That is for Coursera, that's for Cisco, and there are few more in the pipeline. I'm afraid I'll not be able to share, but in next 2-3 months, you will see a series of such things that's going to come up, which appropriate authorities will share, which will foster research and development. last year we did open up an artificial intelligence center of excellence, though it's stationed at CET Bhubaneswar, but the students across Odisha actually can apply and be part of it. As we speak, the second batch of 30 interns are already working there, not just learning, they are working on real-time projects. In fact, the Center of Excellence works for some of the large Navratna companies' business problems in the artificial intelligence area. I would strongly request the students of GIT Gunpur to at least go through that and see if they can leverage in their future by joining those center of excellence. Similar, many such center of excellence are going to be opened. One such is on how do we bring in robotics, because which will be also a key thing in the IoT space at a grassroots level. So at an ITI and Polytechnic institutes, we have started the Center of Excellence for Robotics and as well as the other relevant trades. When I when we try to create this particular area, and I'm sorry, I'm not speaking much on the topic of the IoT because there are eminent speakers who would have spoken. Just thought what we can do together to make Odisha as a hub for IoT or the technology innovation. So I'm trying to explain. When we went on to create this particular roadmap, we call this concept as digital, which means digital skilling for all. And in that, it will have a skilling aspect. It will have an experiential learning like the Center of Excellence that we are talking about. It will also have a collaborative approach with the industries. When I say industry, it could be a OEM, it could be a service integrator or a product company or a startup. And the beauty of all these things are such that startups need not have to be always created in a garage, or it need not have to be created through some sponsorship from government. It can actually get created in these institutes. And research should not just confine itself for a white paper publishing so as to get some marks in your semester, or it should not be like a promotion for a faculty. But in my opinion, research should be realistic, and it should be something which is for the business problem of this of the local industry or the local ecosystem. And with this, I thought I will conclude in the interest of the time, and I wish all the organizers, students, all the best, and look forward to see many more successful initiatives like this from GIET Gunpur, and look forward to your partnership for the digital skilling initiative that OSD has embarked upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your contribution towards the technology within a short span of time is an inspiration for each one of us. It's a pleasure to listen to your words. Thank you very much, sir, for joining with us. It's harder and harder these days to connect with eminent personalities. We feel honored to have with us our special guest, Sri Harkesh Mittalji, former head, National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Board, NSTEDB, Science and Engineering Research Council, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Mittalji, an alumni of National Dairy Research Institute and the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Sri Harkesh Mittal had been instrumental in giving a new vibrancy to promoting the innovation and entrepreneurial acumen among a wide section of Indian entrepreneurs, ranging from simple grassroots industries to high-end deep tech enterprises. He was responsible for conceptualization and implementation of a flagship program on innovation titled National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation, NIDI. He is a key figure in promotion of innovation and startups in India, and his services are used by many government departments in evolving and evaluating programs on innovation and entrepreneurship. Sri Mittal has been instrumental in involving the private sector, both national and international, in the task of innovation and entrepreneurship development in India. Companies like Intel, Lockheed Martin, Texas Instruments, and many more. He was the Secretary of Technology Development Board, Odisha, 2011 to 2014. He serves on the various committees of the Government of India related to innovation and entrepreneurship and was also the co-chair of India-USA. He was awarded the Best Mentor Award under the government category by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. He has represented India at various international forums on innovation and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sri Mittalji to welcome the gathering. Sir, please.
Well, thank you very much for that very elaborate introduction. Let me tell you that I'm just a practitioner of innovation, although I used to work in a government department. In the interest of time, I would not get into the welcome and the thank you for all the dignitaries here. It has been done already. And well, let me come straight to the talk. In fact, when you invited me for this session, Dr. Kishore Mishra was responsible for getting me here. Thank you, Dr. Mishra. I was wondering what would I speak in such a gathering of luminaries, experts, faculty, students. I thought I'll use this time, the allocated time, in sharing one of the stories which I have about a startup which started when he was very, very young. He started at an age when he was just about 13 years old. Those days when he started, there was no internet which was available freely as it is today. He wanted to start a company and build a website. A very young entrepreneur, 13 years of age. His name is Suhas Gopinath. In fact, I would strongly recommend that you invite him over one of these days for the benefit of your students. Okay, since he's not there, let me share his story with you. Can you imagine somebody who starts at the age of 13 years and wants to develop a portal when the internet is hardly available? Well, here was young Suhas Gopinath. He started, his pocket money was 150 rupees per month. His father was not an entrepreneur, he was a scientist. He thought of starting an enterprise based on internet. Now, how he went about it, let me just share with you briefly. The first thing he needed was access to internet, which was not available. There was no Wi-Fi those days. There was no dongles which were available. So he contacted one of the cyber cafes near his house, which used to remain closed between 11 o'clock in the night to 7 o'clock in the morning. So he went to the owner there and he said that since you close it between this time, I will keep it open. And the only thing is, the only service or the only charges I'll take from you is the free internet time, which I'll use during this period. So he started with that. The second thing was he needed space on the web to host his website. The cost of hosting the website those days was about $80 per annum. With his meager pocket money of 150 rupees per month, he couldn't have afforded that. So he shot an email to this company based in US saying that I am a young student, I can't afford this. Can you waive off these charges for me? Well, the company replied back saying that for 6 months, your charges are waived off. After 6 months, we will take a review. So he went about doing this. The second problem was that as a young child, 13 years of age, he would now vanish from his home at about 10 o'clock in the night and would not return till about 8 o'clock in the next day morning. So he was, his mother was very concerned, where is my child going throughout the night? So then she asked him. So he told her that this is what I'm doing these days. Well, the mother told him, you put your hand on my head and swear that you will not do any of these things. So, well, he had a lot of motivation, a lot of his zeal was there, so he continued with this. Now, this 6 months later, this time for review came in. So he got a mail from this company based in US saying that, Suhas, we are enclosing your air ticket to come to US, and we will have a detailed discussion on the progress, and then we'll see what can be done. Well, Suhas was very upset as well as encouraged, and he had mixed feelings. So he, all alone, he went to US. Imagine a child of 13 years of age going to US all alone. When he went there, the company offered him that we will pay for your education till you want to study. We are providing you an apartment here in US to study, and we will take care of everything. So he said there was a temptation to give up my business and to join that academics and do my higher studies. But then I was in love with this site which I had developed. Well, Suhas declined that offer and he came back, continued with his work. Today, Suhas is about 30 years of age. His net worth is about $800 million, employs about 1,000 people. Out of these 1,000, about 600 to 700 of them are based in Bangalore, and the other about 200 to 300 are based in United States. Well, today Suhas is a successful businessman. He did not complete his engineering. He actually is so successful, he didn't have time to complete his engineering, but at the same time, he is a successful entrepreneur. Now, why I shared this story with you all is that there was a time when there was no platform. There was no platform to build Internet of Things. He started at that time. He today is building products. He is building websites. The reason I shared this story with you is that today you have the platform, you have the wherewithal, you have the experts, you have the mentors which are available to you. You can do much better than what has been done. So the story is to learn that today we are in a much, much better situation. We have global access, global expertise. We have the institutional backup which is available to you, and you can actually do much better, and you can build on products and things, whether it is the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, or whether it is drones, or there are a number of things which are now possible, and we must actually do this very quickly. Well, the times have let me now come to the concluding part of my talk, which is when we started this session, we actually sought the blessings of Goddess of Knowledge, that is Goddess Saraswati. Time has now come to also seek the blessings of the Goddess of Wealth. Use the knowledge for creating wealth. That's the message which I want to leave you with. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Yes, ambition is the path to success. Your elucidation of the story will definitely be the motivation for all of us. Now, I feel extremely honored.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring speech. Mittal sir.
Yes, please.
Really, we are inspired. The student must be inspired by your story.
Thank you. In fact,
by then, as because things are available, now we have to come up. Really, I am proud of you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I feel extremely honored to introduce the chief guest of ICNGIoT-2021, Dr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer at Ministry of Education, Government of India. Since August 2018, Dr. Jere is the Chief Innovation Officer for Ministry of Education, Government of India. Before joining the ministry, Dr. Jere worked as Chief Scientist, Life Sciences and R&D Head for Persistent Systems Limited. He is also the brain and driving force behind annual initiative Smart India Hackathon, which has now evolved as world's biggest hackathon and largest open innovation model. His efforts have established hackathon culture in India. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has personally applauded his initiatives and last year even proposed India-Singapore joint hackathon, which was even executed by Dr. J. Dr. Jere is instrumental in conceptualizing first of its kind Atal Innovation Ranking Framework for ranking all educational institutions in India on their innovation achievements. To guide education institutions for establishing innovation ecosystem, Dr. Jere conceptualized Institution Innovation Council. Currently, IIC has been established in more than 1600 institutions involving 26 plus lakh students and faculty and professionals. Dr. Jere designed National Innovation and Startup Policy for Faculty and Students 2019 to help enable students and faculty of higher education institutions to work on their innovation, startup and entrepreneurship. Dr. Jere is committed to popularize need of innovation and entrepreneurship among Indians. Hence, he routinely writes columns in renowned English and vernacular newspaper and magazines. He has also conceptualized India First Leadership Talk Series, which has great viewership. Recently, Dr. Jere has conceptualized training program to convert 6,000 college faculty across India to innovation ambassadors. He is also a very active scientist in the field of biology and bioinformatics, having worked in US, Japan, and Europe. He is the main brain behind Human Atlas Initiative Manav and currently its national coordinator. He has worked in cutting-edge areas such as vaccines, personalized medicines, and personalized genomics. As principal investigators, Dr. Jere has received multiple research grants from prestigious government funding agencies like CSIR, DBT, etc. Dr. Jere has published more than 20 research papers in very prestigious international journals and contributed to multiple book chapters. He also guides students for their thesis. Dr. Jere completed his PhD from National Arts Research Institute, Pune. He has received multiple awards for his contribution towards innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jere to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Namaskar, madam, for such elaborate introduction. To be honest, considering the accomplishments of the panel, of my fellow panelists here, I'm too small and doesn't deserve this elaborate introduction, because as you see, Dr. Mittal is here. His area or his experience in field of innovation is equivalent to my age, you know. So I am really feeling a bit nervous also when I am talking in front of him, especially because for all of us who are working in area of entrepreneurship, who are working in area of promoting startups, innovation in our educational institutes, in our research institutes, he has been pioneer, he has been guiding force. Informally, we discussed many times what should be done, what should not be done, because as he was the torch bearer in some of these aspects, we are learning from his mistakes also, that he said, don't do this, and it will work. So thanks once again to GIET, University, Odisha, for inviting me here. Respected SP Panda Saab, who couldn't join here us. Respected Dr. Chandra Panda Saab, Dr. Jagdish Panda ji, Dr. Shashank Chaudhary ji, Dr. Lalit Manohar Patnaik ji. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And I was listening to all the talks, although my camera was not on, but I was listening. I would really like to congratulate you all for bringing such esteemed speakers for this conference. This entire initiative is really critical because if we have to emerge as $5 trillion economy, then we have to work at cutting edge of technology. We need to generate ideas which will not only influence our country, but will also have global impact. And from that perspective, such kind of initiatives are very, very critical because it will help us to guide our students on the right track. As this conference is focused on IoT, many speakers will talk about IoT. But I would like to confine myself to something very different because many people will be talking about various case studies, what the world is doing, what India is doing, what we should do. And there could be a lot of repetition. So I want to take a sidestep. And I want to discuss here that if we have to emerge as a knowledge hub, as a technology hub, and we actually have huge workforce, which really works in areas like IoT, in areas like machine learning, artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics, then what we really need to do is to inculcate problem-solving mindsets in our students. At the end of the day, these are just technologies. They are just the tool to solve a problem. But what is more important, that we teach our youngsters how to identify a problem, how to think 360 degrees around that problem, and then how to conceptualize solution, which is really relevant. Currently, what happens is that these technologies are considered to be buzzwords, and large number of youngsters get into these themes or these areas without understanding what they want to do. And as a result of it, they get lost. And they don't evolve as problem solvers. And if we really want to be successful in our life, then we need to ensure that our problem solving skills, our design thinking skills, our cognitive skills, our communication skills are really great. And we really need to work on that. I talk to a large number of youngsters who are doing their startups. I also talk to a large number of youngsters who think they have technologies and want to convert them into startups. But if you really look at the failure rate for some of these startups is pretty high. The reason for those failures is many times people try, because people know these kind of technologies, people try to solve a problem which never existed. Or they're trying to solve a problem for which a better conventional solution may be available, or a better solution could be devised differently. But because they are experts in particular area, they try to apply that technology for a non-relevant problem and end up completely messing up. Because, for example, now there is huge buzz around blockchain. So people want to apply blockchain in finance, which is there, which has been proven. But then people want to apply blockchain on agriculture. People want to apply blockchain in aviation. People want to apply blockchain on food industry. And sometimes it is really not required. जहाँ सुई चाहिए वहां सुई चाहिए, जहाँ तलवार चाहिए वहां तलवार चाहिए. So we really need to teach our youngsters that what is the best way to solve a problem. And sometimes you may require IoT, sometimes you may not require IoT. And that decision making, that no, I will use this technology over other technology, has to be very, very critical. But unfortunately, we are not able to convey that. Another thing, which is again very important, when people talk about IoTs, when people talk about these technologies, people want to use gadgets. And when they are designing these gadgets, they don't give enough attention to design aspects of it. I was evaluating one big competition in IIT Madras, and one group came to me. They were the winner of the group. The jury actually decided that they are the winner of the group. They came to me and they presented me with a big box. And sir, this is present from us to you. I said, what is this box does? They said that, sir, it actually measures pollution level. And we want you to put this box on your car so that you will get real-time information as you move in the city, that what are the pollution levels. Now, whether that is really required, I don't know, but okay, fine. But that box was so shabby looking. So when I saw this box, I asked them, how many of you have put this box on your own cars? So out of 6, only 2 people said, yes, sir, we have done. So if you are not going to ready to use your own product, why you expect others to use your product? So these are some of the harsh realities which we really need to tell youngsters when they are packaging the technologies, because none of the technologies now work in isolation. It is always a complete package. So it involves great design, it involves great technology, and the fastest, most efficient way to solve a problem. And if you really look at what happens in our education systems currently is that the emphasis on all these aspects is either not there or minimal. We can organize a lot of conferences where we can get people to present their papers, but that ends up becoming a 1 day or a 2-day event. But what we really need to do is now create a complete culture, establish a culture, a sustainable culture in our institutions for promoting innovation, entrepreneurship by using these cutting edge technologies. Because what I have realized, and this is a very unfortunate part of our system, we are too much into swallow and vomit kind of an education system. Undoubtedly, the new education policy will certainly change that. It will take some time in implementation. But the legacy, what we have, is currently of swallow and vomit. And as a result of which, all our faculty members, or even our parents, are the first who are killing ideas. That needs to change. And we really need to work very closely with these people and encourage them or tell them that new ideas need to be encouraged, celebrated, handholded, supported, and taken forward. Because these are the people who tell youngsters that kitna mark mila hai wo dekh, idhar udhar ki baatein mat kar. And that is getting reflected in our ability to solve problems. Recently, we compared our engineers with engineers from Russia and engineers from China. Stanford University did this study for us. And what we realized from that study is what I was talking here also, that when it comes to parroting things, we are very great at it. We know the theory. But if you ask our students, if you ask our youngsters to apply that theory and solve a problem, then they fumble. As a result of which, the problem-solving capabilities of our youngsters were far below par as compared to Chinese and Russian engineers. Another important thing which came out of this study was that during the entire engineering program, they gained some problem-solving ability, undoubtedly. So there is an increase. But they are below par because their initial ability when they get into the program is far, far below par as compared to our to those contemporary people or to the students from China and Russia. So our school systems need to change, and we are working on changing that. But what I want, can I take one call, because I'm getting the call from Minister's office?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yes. Huh. 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 Okay. ठीक है, so कुछ नहीं करेंगे. Okay, ठीक, ठीक, ठीक. Yes, okay, okay, okay. Sorry for this interruption. Really sorry for this interruption. So what I was talking is that we really need to work on these fundamentals. And as educational institutes, I want to ensure that we percolate this message within our faculties, within our students, because there are no better organizations than our educational institutes which can help us emerge as islands of innovation. But if we have to emerge as islands of innovation, islands of entrepreneurship, then we need to create that environment in a very, very sustainable fashion. Then another important thing is that we need to encourage our faculty to get into entrepreneurship. And recently for that, we actually had announced National Innovation and Startup Policy for faculty and students. Because when you spoke to a large number of faculty, they said, sir, if we want to get into entrepreneurship, there is no incentivization for it. If you look at some of the revenue sharing models of some of the faculty members, especially in India, they were atrocious. The institute used to ask for revenue share as high as 50%, 60%. So अगर 50% इंस्टीट्यूट निकाल लेगा, 30% इनकम टैक्स निकाल लेगा, तो फिर बचता क्या है? और क्यों फैकल्टी कुछ करेगा? So we need to create an environment where we should push our faculty to go out, get projects, earn money for themselves, for the institute, and create wealth for the country. Because as Mittal sir said, rightly said, that there cannot be better people than our faculty members, than our professors, than our academicians who can pursue Lakshmi and Saraswati simultaneously. Unfortunately, till date, pursuing Saraswati was considered to be our goal. And if we start pursuing Lakshmi, then we were frowned upon. But at Ministry of Education, now the thought process has changed. We want faculties to prosper. We want faculties to get into entrepreneurship so that they can create wealth for the country. Because when they will create wealth for the country, we will actually truly achieve our goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Because for me, Atmanirbhar Bharat concept is not just being self-sufficient for India. We have to get to a stage where we generate ideas for the world. That is for me, Atmanirbhar. On one of the forums, we were discussing nationalism and patriotism. And I said on that forum that yes, conventional definitions are good. I may agree with many of those conventional definitions. But if you really ask me, what is the real definition which currently requires for nationalism and patriotism, is that the person who is generating more and more ideas, more and more IP for this country is more nationalistic for me, more patriotic for me. Because we need to ensure that the IP generation from this country has to be of really high standards and in large numbers. Because if you look at IP generation from China, just patent filing, nothing else. On annual basis, China files 15 lakh patents. US files about 6.5 lakh patents. But India ends up filing only 45,000 to 50,000 patents. See the difference. China 15 lakh. We end up filing 45,000 to 50,000. And on top of it, 60 to 65% of these 50,000 patents are filed by NRIs. So our educational institutes, which are 40,000 in this country, end up filing on an annual basis only 2,000, 2,500 patents. This needs to change. We at Ministry are also working to change this, but we are telling each and every organization, every institution out there, that please create the culture of generating new ideas, working on those new ideas, taking forward those ideas, converting into venture, owning up those ideas, so that eventually we will achieve this $5 trillion economy dream which we are aiming for. I wish to once again thank all of you for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to talk to your students, your faculty. I wish your conference a great success. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. The presence of such a personality in our conference is really a blessing. Your conceptualization and problem identification, the use of proper tools to solve the problem and designing the solution will always be in our mind, and we will try to execute it with the blessings of Goddess Lakshmi and Goddess Saraswati. Thank you once again, sir, for sharing your valuable words and time as well. Thank you. It's time to release our conference proceedings. Now, I would like to take the permission from our Honorable Chief Guest, special guest, and other dignitaries to release the proceedings. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we came to an end of the inaugural session of ICNGIoT-2021. I would like to invite Dr. Brajabhushan Mishra, the conference chair, without whom it would not be possible to put the vote of thanks. So please.
Yeah. Namaskar, respected Chief Guest Sir, special invitees, President Sir, Vice President Sir, Director General Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, Deans, General Chairs, Program Chair of this conference, delegates, faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special day. I express my gratitude to the Department of Computer Science and Engineering for giving me this opportunity to give the vote of thanks. This is the proudest day in the history of our GIET University. Today, we have hosted the biggest academic and research conference in India with 200 delegates in Google Meet, live streaming, and more than 51,000 participants in YouTube channels. On behalf of GIET University, I, Dr. Brajabhushan Mishra, first of all, my sincere thanks to Almighty God Jagannath for making today's event a grand success. By His blessing and grace, we are able to make the event what it was. On behalf of GIET University, I give a really heartfelt vote of thanks to our today's chief guest, Dr. Abhay Jere, who spent his busiest time gracing the occasion. Today, we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, sir, and this is definitely encouraging us in our future events. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and shown us a new path, sir. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our today's special invitee guest, Sir Sri Shashank Chaudhary sir, Professor L.M. Patnaik sir, and Sri R.K. Mittal sir for encouraging us and giving excellent coverage on next generation of IoT in the context of academic, research, innovation, skill, and entrepreneurship, sir. Thank you, Professor L.M. Patnaik sir, for enlightening us about the research in IoT. Thank you, Sri Shashank Chaudhary sir, for encouraging us, our students and researchers, to avail the facilities offered by the government of Odisha. Thank you, Sri Harkesh Mittal sir, for giving the information about the Suhas Gopinath, and definitely with your support, I will try to connect with him for the recharging our young minds towards the startup and innovation, sir. I'm really thankful to our General Chair, Professor A.K. Naik sir, and our Program Chair, Professor Balas ma'am, for their constant supports and encouragement words. I'm thankful to our beloved President sir, Vice President sir, and Director General sir for gracing the conference with your virtual presence. Thank you for giving your valuable suggestions and guidance, sir. You have been a constant support, and you have given us a lot of encouragement. I thank our Vice Chancellor sir for his inspiring mentorship. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your words of wisdom. I'm also thankful to our Registrar sir and GIET University Administration in general for providing us with all possible logistic support towards organizing this event. I thank all the keynote speakers, session chairs, authors, and the delegates for their enthusiastic participation in this conference. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers and technical committee members for providing their valuable comments in time and help towards the improvement of quality papers presented in the conference. I also thankful to the Springer Publication House, especially Dr. Anita Bose sir. Without your support, it was not possible, sir. I acknowledge the unwavering support received from our head sir, Professor S.K. Kumar sir, the faculty members and the staff members, as they have given their precious time in organizing a great conference. A big thanks to my younger brother, Dr. Raghavendra Kumar, and the organizing team members and the student volunteers for their restless efforts to make it grand success. I sincerely thank our print and digital media personals and GIT staff members for their constant support. I once again thank everyone whose contribution has made this grand conference a successful conference. Thank you all. Namaste to all. Over to Bandita ma'am.
Thank you one and all present in this forum for joining with us to the virtual inauguration of the conference. Before moving to the further agenda, let me spell out today's agenda. Now, we will have the keynote speech by Dr. Valentina Ivales, followed by the keynote speech by Dr. Aninda Bose and the keynote speech by Dr. Sudeep Mishra. After that, we will have the parallel technical session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., followed by the cultural program from 5:40 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Thank you once again.
Namaste to all.
Thank you very much for the excellent arrangement and excellent inaugural session.
Thank you, sir.
Raja sir.
Sir.
Yes,
Sir.
photo session.
Yes, sir, we have a photo session.
All are requested to kindly turn on your video, please, so that we will take a snapshot. All are requested to kindly turn on your video, please. Shashank sir, please. Yeah, thank you. Jere sir. Mittal sir is there. Ellen Patnaik sir. Gopal sir, proceed. Okay, Gopal sir.
Yes, sir. Just a second. Just a second. Yes, sir. Done, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Namaste to all.
Thank you,
Sir,
everyone.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent inaugural ceremony.
Vice President, sir. Naik, sir.
Comment, dear sir.
प्रणाम नमस्कार
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार
नमस्कार
नमस्कार सर.
नमस्कार नमस्कार The president sir is not there, otherwise you two people are there. Vice President and Director General both are present. Very good. That's really a great occasion.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Broja, sir.
Yes, good morning, sir. Sir,
Morning, sir.
yes.
Shall we go for that invite keynote speaker, sir? Or
Yes.
we need some more time?
Yes, we can start. We can start because Madam is already available. So we can start.
Yeah. Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I take the pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker, please allow me to publicly express my gratitude to Professor Dr. Satyaprakash Panda, President GIET University, and Professor Dr. Chadradhwaj Panda, Vice President GIET University, Professor Dr. Jagdish Panda, Director General GIET University, and Dr. Gautam Ghosh, Vice Chancellor GIET University, Dr. N.V.J. Rao, Registrar GIET University, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, HOD of CSC, General Chair of the Conference, Dr. Broja Kishore Mishra, Conference Chair, Dr. Raghavendra Agarwal, Publication Chair, and all session chairs, head of the departments and deans of GIET, and those who are coordinating committee for all their hard work in planning and organizing this international conference on next generation of Internet of Things. I would also thank them for bringing together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all aspects of IoT. It also provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as the practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the next generation of IoT field. And now it's the time to introduce our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Dr. Valentina E. Velas. Today, I know this one is difficult, but that thought that she is the woman of virtue and simplicity, I feel elated to introduce her to everyone on this occasion. If one takes a closer look at the alchemy of the achieving person, two distinct virtues pop up besides perseverance and hard work. These are pioneering spirit and willingness. Our guest of honor and keynote speaker today is the living idiom of women who happen to be born at the right time and at the right place. Dr. Valentina Ibelas is currently full professor in the Department of Mathematics and Applied Software at the Faculty of Engineering
Oral Vlaicu University of Arad, Romania. She holds a PhD cum laude in Applied Electronics and Telecommunications from Polytechnic University of Timisoara. Dr. Balas is author of more than 350 research papers in technical journals and international conferences. Her research interests are intelligent systems, fuzzy control, soft computing, smart sensors, information fusion, modeling, and simulation. And Dr. Balas is the Director of Intelligent System Research Center in Oral Vlaicu University of Arak and Director of the Department of International Relations, Programs and Projects in the same university. She served as a General Chair of International Workshop, Soft Computing and Applications and many editions organized in the interval 2005 to 2020 and held in Romania and Hungary. Dr. Balas participated in many international conferences as organizer, honorary chair, session chair, member in Instituting Advisory of International Program Committees, and keynote speaker. Now she is working as a national project with EU funding support. Novel bio-inspired cellular for digital integrated circuits. She is a member of European Society for Fuzzy Logic and Technology, member of Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics, and a senior member IEEE, member in Technical Committee, Fuzzy Systems, chair of the Task Force 14 and Technical Committee. Dr. Balas was a past vice president of International Fuzzy Systems Association Council, is a joint secretary of the Governing Council, a forum for interdisciplinary, a multidisciplinary academic body, India, and recipient of the Thana Sescu Prize from Romanian Academy for contributions in the field of soft computing and methods. I request Dr. Balas, please address today's session and something about the new evolutions and the key issues in the fields of related to IoT. Dear Madam, please welcome and please hand over the session. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for introduction and to show my activity and what I am doing in university and everywhere. First of all, I want to tell you that I have here two good friends. It's about Professor Brojo Kishore Mishra and Raghavendra Agarwal. Kumar Agarwal. I can tell you that with Raghavendra, I am working maybe from 3-4 years ago. He is very close collaborator to me in many books, in edited books and authors' books. And with Brojo, also I started to work in the last year, and I hope to continue my collaboration. Of course, I will help in all situation, and I will participate because they are very hard working, and I am appreciated them very much. Now I will introduce my presentation. Let's see. I need grant permission. I think I will disconnect and connect in Chrome. I found this problem another time. Okay, please wait 2 minutes. Okay.
Yes, madam. We are waiting.
I'm in Firefox and that is. I will disconnect. Now let's try. Not yet. It's the same screen.
Madam, I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
Now you can see or no? Not yet.
No, madam, not yet. Actually, so you need to like the present now button. Then you can click either a window or your entire screen, one of those two options.
Yes, I have.
If you go for entire screen,
It's good, but it's not working. I open my presentation. Now it's open here.
Okay.
And I will go to present now and to
entire
choose.
screen, entire screen.
No, it seems I cannot see my presentation here. It's very strange. Really. I open it. It's here once again.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, please
Yes.
share your PPT here. PPT in my mail. Then after that, I will present the PPT. Then it's better.
I will do just now. It seems is not working because just yesterday I worked with the.
So, ma'am, it's better
Meet.
you share your PPT with my mail.
Yes, I will share with you just now. Just a moment.
Okay, please.
Sometimes there are problems. That is. Now it's uploading. And instantly will arrive to you. It's an error. Let me try again. So always is better to send presentation.
Ma'am, here is
Yes.
Raghavendra is here. Hello.
No, server rejected.
Ma'am.
Ah,
Ma'am,
yes,
please
because
share.
it's too big. It's 27 mega. I will
Okay.
send
Ma'am, if possible, upload in Google Drive, madam, because up to 25 MB only Gmail accepted that one.
Sir, ma'am is going
Oh,
to, she is going to join within 1 or 2 minutes.
okay, okay, sir.
Ma'am, Balas ma'am.
It's not, yes.
Ma'am.
So I'm here. I think you received, yes?
Yes, ma'am. I received the PPT. Soon I am going to present the PPT.
Please introduce
Yes,
the
ma'am.
first
Okay.
slide and I will tell you. I will recuperate everything. So first of all, you will see on my first slide that the presentation is dedicated to the centenary of the birth of Lotfi Zadeh, because yesterday it was this important event. And we spent some time with IEEE Computational Intelligence Society. And more important, I am very proud that it's about an association from India who organized such an online event. It's about the Fuzzy and Rafset Association from Agartala. They organized this event online, and they invited me to discuss about the personality of Professor Zadek. So I can tell you that he influenced my career and my husband too, and he was our mentor. And he was near us for many years ago and appreciated all our success and activity. So he was very open and open to the whole world. And we can consider him the father of artificial intelligence too. He's the father of fuzzy logic. And we will remember him just like a gentleman and a superstar in science. Thank you. The presentation is there, so you can see this information. Usually I introduce myself just to know me, but this time I will not show you so many slides. I will go to my presentation. You can see it's about an application, and you will find where Internet of Things is very useful, but we are looking to this presentation as a whole application. Very interesting, I consider, and we have in our team different kind of topic, and as you mentioned, we are still working in a project related to the next generation of the circuit of the future, and maybe few months, 2-3 months after that we will start another project. But we have many small projects like this one where you will find a nice application. Also, first of all, I want to introduce one of my journals. It's this journal, International Journal of Advanced Intelligence Paradigms, where Professor Zadek wrote the foreword for my first number in 2008. This journal, it's so well subscribed that just nowadays there are about 400 papers waiting to be published. Most of authors are from India, and still they are sending, even they need to wait 3-4 years. Okay, let's go further. It's about my presentation. It's about intelligent rooftop greenhouses, and it involves here a lot of side for Internet of Things. I will insist on other tools you will see. Please, you may change the slide. Second, please. Next slide. You can see the content. It's about renewable energies and different kind of passive greenhouses. And then we are going further to see this concept of intelligent rooftop greenhouses and the model and so on, until we arrive to the last one related to green skyline cities or smart cities, as you well know. Next, please. Okay. So, speaking about renewable energy, because I saw also such green internet and renewable energy as topic, I consider this suitable for the conference. So we introduce a lot of technologies that changed our life, but also they created a lot of difficult problems. in our lives, like pollution, global warming of atmosphere, alimentation, disease. These are very important problems nowadays. COVID-19 and global warming, you know very well. We try to solve having the first problem, the second one. So we stop a lot of activity just to stop this global warming of the atmosphere. And using a greenhouse to produce vegetables, flowers, and so on is about a building where plants can be cultivated under controlled conditions. And of course, it can offer a high productivity and efficiency and remove much of risk. Someone asked me how to use it in India because you do not have low temperature there, but you have some rainy seasons when plants can be affected. So if you put your plants in a greenhouse, the atmosphere can be controlled and also remove risks, and to have in time your vegetables. And it's important that the same greenhouse surface can feed 5 to 10 times more people than the conventional land. But the main obstacle is the energy cost. We have here investment cost, infrastructure cost, that means water, electricity, gas, and the direct cost related to heating, cooling, energy. Next, please. So the energy cost can be substantially reduced by renewable energy. You know, we are oriented to such renewable energy in different kinds of our activities. And still, the investments are high and hardly controllable. So either not reliable wind or sun to have all the time, or too constant, unable to cope fast perturbation, like geothermal. So we can use wind energy, sun energy, geothermal energy. In our area, it's very much used. So in situ use of solar, wind, and geothermal energy, no grid conversion is needed. Integrated management of energy, water, that is a concept here, water G, and gases. Also, we are looking to human-plant symbiosis. At the end of the presentation, you will understand very well this. And of course, smart control and upgrading to Internet of Things, that means intercommunication, remote control, water forecast, economic and world knowledge, and so on. So Internet of Things is everywhere. Here can be very well introduced. Next, please. And to control everything, like in the smart house. Next, please. Here you can see the building of a greenhouse in Toulon University in France, South France, where we visited, and more specifically, my husband spent 2 times 2 months. And we developed some good relations with the professors from there. They offer us the possibility to use the inside of the greenhouse to control over internet, even at that time. So first visit was in 2004, 2006. I was also there in 2001, 2008. And over internet, they offer us the possibility to control inside temperature using our specific controllers, fuzzy interpolative controllers. You can see outside how is this greenhouse. They have a lot of sensors outside to record temperature, the wind, the direction, humidity, and so on. Inside, you can see other devices, how they can organize some shadow if sun is too strong. And it's an artificial soil to have plants inside. Next, please. So we started with their data that was recorded for long period, and they offer us their real data to organize our model. Here you can see the concept of passive energetic greenhouse. The main device that we are using here and very suitable, it's about the heat pump. Heat pump is circulating the water from one side to the other side. You can see water wheel 1, water wheel 2. So pumping from one side to the other side, from the difference of the temperature between these two water wheel, the heat pump can heat or can cool inside the greenhouse. Of course, we have the energy of the sun and wind energy, and we can introduce in a DC accumulator to have it when these kind of energies are not there. But heat pump, it's a very, very precise source of energy. Next one, please. Here we have auxiliary sources, so it's about heat pump recirculation and electric equipment near wind energy, wind generator and photovoltaic panels. You can see now we have the complete aquifer, so introducing water in heat pump and then put it in the aquifer, it's another concept that can be used more efficiently. Next one. Okay, so we organize the computer model of the greenhouse just to organize the control of the inside of this greenhouse to maintain the temperature at a certain temperature. You know that in our region in Europe we have low temperature during the winter, minus 20, minus 10, and so on. And inside the greenhouse, we need to keep the temperature not at the level, let's say 20 degrees. No, during the night, the plant can support until 13 degrees. So not necessary to maintain high temperature, but to have control on the temperature and other parameters inside, we organize with real data such a computer model that is organized using MATLAB Simulink. We have different blocks there, and an interesting thing is that because passive greenhouse is independent of conventional infrastructure, they can be installed virtually everywhere, from the desert until the top of the mountains. It is true at the beginning we have high investments, but after that everything will be work, and by the help of Internet of Things you can control everything inside and to have there a good crop. The mathematical and computer modeling is done here, and we are using fuzzy logic control because we are based on perceptions, and because the process is very complex and highly nonlinear. Next. Maybe you use 2 slides. No, back one. Oh, it's okay. Next one. It's introducing the greenhouse mathematical model. I will not insist on all parameters there. It's an equation, a differential equation, and you can follow. We have all our papers on ResearchGate and so on. You can check, and if you like this subject, to use it. So we are interested to control the power inside, then the temperature is inside, and because we started our research from an inside of a railway coach, we were working 9 years in a research institute in Arad, in our city, in this big factory for railway coaches. It is the biggest factory in Southeastern Europe, and at that moment we export railway coaches quite in every country around the world, in Europe, in United States, in Brazil, in Sri Lanka, in Bangladesh, and so on. And we start here to model inside the greenhouse or inside the car, starting from the main research in railway coaches. There we were interested also to maintain fresh air and not with smell inside. But here in the greenhouse is not necessary. We took into consideration, you can see the last relation, the wind influence. The wind influence is introduced by the help of a coefficient, and we try to organize many tests, mainly with the genetical algorithm, to organize and to arrive to a good coefficient that model very near to the reality the inside of the greenhouse. Next, please. So here you can see in a day, 20 February 2004, I told you we receive a lot of recorded data. In Toulon greenhouse, we try to do identification. And you can see with red line external temperature. External temperature, you can see 6 degrees, 6 to 7 until 5 degrees. It's a low temperature, and more we have also wind influence. You can see here strong wind. That means that we need to introduce more high temperature inside. But what we observe in the second graphic, the green line is the greenhouse and the blue line is our model. And we tune our model such a way you can see that is very close to the data taken for the greenhouse. So we were very happy with this model, and we use it to control inside by the help of internal model. Next one, please. Here are some data, real data, how to predict of a dangerous situation. It's about freezing, how we need to develop and to have this design for the power of the device that will heat inside, introduce heating inside. And then an automatic diagnosis is another possibility to use in the same conditions for some real data. Next one, please. Such a way, if a wall is broken, to have an immediate reaction. Of course, by the help of Internet of Things, you can stay in a completely other country and to follow the atmosphere inside, as we have done in 2006, 2008 from our city to France, and to control the atmosphere. So the sizing of and the optimization of the energy sources is here again, starting from 47 kilowatt heating power, we observe it's enough 16 kilowatt. Next. This is an interesting picture you can see also on Google Earth. It's related to sustainable agriculture system based on passive greenhouses. Here it's about the top of the mountain near San Remo city in Italy. You know, it's a famous festival for music there. But on the top of the mountains, it's full of greenhouses where they produce flowers for their festivals. Next, please. You can see here Riviera with the San Remo, and here are mountains. On the top of the mountains, you can see only greenhouses. They produce flowers. They are solar greenhouses. Next. Near Mediterranean. Next, please. This slide is related to the main problem that our world take face just now. It's about the growing of CO2 and decreasing of oxygen concentrations in the atmosphere. So it's well known that Mauna Loa recorded data show quite 20% increase in the mean of the CO2 annual concentration. You can see how was the situation 50 years ago and in 2004. Why it's happening this? Because of the burning of the fossil fuels, deforestation. Next, please. So we need to do something. Just nowadays, by this lockdown, it is happening. You can see the atmosphere is more clear, and we try to have a health planet. Here, it's interesting, again, the feeding of population can be done by these two different kind of trophic levels. The first one, A, it's about three trophic level food chain, plants, animal, and humans. And the second one is related only to plants and humans. It's for vegetarian side. So the transfer from a trophic level to another needs a lot of energy. So having three trophic level means a big consume of energy. So the surface demanded by food chain B can be further reduced if we are using passive greenhouses that can be installed everywhere, even in the desert. So we can have a lot of land free in this case. In the first case, not too much, because we need to offer food even for animals. So we can consider the global structure of the agriculture lands replacing cereals by greenhouse vegetables. We will have free large surfaces. So the conclusion is that the same with by the help of greenhouses, we can feed 5 to 10 times more people, but also passive greenhouses are equivalent to forest in terms of CO2 balance. Next one, please. Here I will introduce some concepts related to different greenhouses. So this one, it's about a greenhouse in Almeria in Spain. Is the closed greenhouse. It's completely closed, and the water is reserved inside. So is recirculated. You can see the double wall tower, and very near water tanks where they can put water. Even they are in the desert in Africa, let's say, because you will see we propose a nice project for Morocco. You can take water from the ocean, and by liquid desiccant, you can also desalination water and put it inside, and then recirculate the same water. You do not need other water. So a greenhouse is there and can produce vegetables. Next one. Here I put the cogeneration greenhouse. You can see there heating, producing electricity, fertilizing with CO2, and having different components here. Again, by the help of Internet of Things, have in front of us the real situation. Next one. So next slide. Just to introduce the different possibilities of greenhouses that can be seen. Next, please. Yes. So we have here 4 images. The first one is Venlo greenhouse. This is the main concept of greenhouse, very well developed in Netherlands. Netherlands is producing in Europe quite a lot of flowers, and we import from them. And they are very good expert in controlling such greenhouse. Then this one, it's a new kind. Please come back. Next. The vertical greenhouse that I want to show you, it's a concept on which European Union just nowadays is insisting, because on the very small surface you can have on a vertical side developing a lot of levels where you can have plants. The second image you can see here. So just nowadays you can see a lot of articles in Europe, and we have in our topic for European research project such kind of sustainable energy along greenhouses. This is a photovoltaic greenhouse, and this is a Fresnel greenhouse using some lens. Next one. On the roof. You will see another concept. It's a LED greenhouse, because some plants need different color to be developed and to grow. Next, please. So there are different concepts. Here it's it's about a company, Watergy, that introduced, like in a big plant, some greenhouses. Here some tank with water or to preserve some vegetables there. And here the same concept as I told you for heat pump with different level of water. So it's like a big plant. All this is producing by a company and can offer this service. Next. Just to have a good crop, even biomass and so on. Here is the project that we introduce our university with Berlin University, Aurel Vlaicu, a university from Swiss, another one from Egypt, from again Watergy, the same company I told you. And we want, next please, we want to introduce this in Morocco. And the project was very well written. You can see another interesting thing, the greenhouse is here, but in the same time we propose to produce fish. So this concept is named aquaponic greenhouse, and the water from fish can be used for plant, and again recirculating water in a closed concept, very easy. Next please. So inside we can produce vegetables and fish inside the greenhouse. The next slide will show you how is working the concept during the day, how is working during the night. So during the day to heat, to cool, to have a cool atmosphere, and during the day and during the night to heat the atmosphere. Next one, please. Just to go. Yes. Now we will speak about urban agriculture and integrated rooftop greenhouse. We will move slowly in the cities. Traditionally, people were living in villages and towns, while agriculture was practiced on the surrounding lands, so near but not inside the city. The only cases where agriculture was to be found inside cities were caused by food crisis. So when there were some political reasons or catastrophes or different situations. So global heating is developing crisis. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change from 2015 in Paris is a very well-known event, and all countries around the world try to be in touch with all these documents and to try to stop global heating. So we are looking for such kind of urban agriculture, how to produce inside the city vegetables, fruits, and so on, and in the same time to decrease this global heating and to produce oxygen inside the cities where it's a lot of pollution. So we are speaking about urban agriculture. So working on some modalities to cultivate plants into cities. We will have thinking so to building integrating agriculture, this new concept that is working on modalities to cultivate plants into or onto buildings. If we will have onto buildings, we will have such name rooftop greenhouse. Next, please. And this is the reason that I have this presentation here. So I started from passive greenhouse, producing vegetables outside the cities, but we arrive inside the city. What things can be done inside the city to increase the concentration of oxygen? And you will see another concept that can be used. So conventional plant cultivation means 2D, field or plants. Forests are 3D, and rooftop greenhouse is also a 3D. You can see here an arbor house by Nexus in New York. It was organized in about 2013 in time. It's a greenhouse, a passive greenhouse. They organize on the top of the block of flat, and inside they can put vegetables, flowers, and everything is green. Heating, cooling by renewable energy, it's very easy using solar, wind energy. What is nice that we can collect rainwater, and collecting and treating buildings, wastewater, storing energy. So many concepts are here. In such rooftop greenhouse system, it's a very complicated system to think, to control inside. It's a highly nonlinear system, is very slow, and it has to be intelligent because it is inside the city and we want to control it and to use it for the benefit of people living there. Next, please. So this concept arrived, as I said, after 2010. Such a rooftop greenhouse have failed to overcome the demonstrative stage due to weak economic efficiency. But together with architects, people from control side, people from agriculture side, we are trying to integrate rooftop greenhouse and more to use this idea to have two air stream ventilation. We will take advantage not only from the top of the block of flat to produce vegetables, flowers, but to use the oxygen from the roof to introduce in the building, and in the same time CO2 from the building to put it on the upper side in the roof and to be used by the plants. Such a way we will organize a building metabolism. We will have indoor human-plant symbiosis. As I told you in the beginning, we want to organize such a symbiosis. And the first such prototype was organized in a Mediterranean climate. It's related to the house in Barcelona in 2014. It was about a project there, Fertile City project. Next, please, to see the building. So this is the building. It is true that in the Mediterranean area, the temperature it's nice. Sometimes it's going down and you have 0 degrees, -1, -2, -4. Even the lemon tree resists to -4 degrees. So being Mediterranean, very near the climate, it's nice. This is the building, so they have a building with high energy efficiency, and you can see outside the building and also how is organized inside with different laboratories, surfaces, everything. And people from control side, as I told you, are working with architects. They are using some specific product to have walls, to have different materials to build such a house. And inside they have plants. Next, please. So we are looking to integrate the management of the energy, water, and gases. So water we can collect from the rain. Energy we can also collect from different renewable energies, and gases to recirculate from one side to the other side, to introduce inside the building oxygen. So you can imagine that in a polluted big city, where not so much oxygen, to produce oxygen even on the top of your building and to put inside the building. So this means a lot of work. It's about a management, and to follow this management, again using Internet of Things, to follow all this airflow and the energy flow, just to control the atmosphere inside. Connecting this kind of building with the concept of smart city. And we arrive to this concept where Internet of Things is very much used. So this is intelligent rooftop greenhouse. Next. Here is a generic intelligent rooftop greenhouse. We will speak in the next slide why is intelligent, because we need to make it intelligent. Now, until this moment, I told you only about some exchanges. So you can see different influence here. It's about water. This is the building. The block is the building. Water, sun, upper side, wind also. Wind influence, it's very important too. And more important, you can see here internet, just to introduce Internet of Things and to control inside. We have, of course, the network, and then we have some water tank just to put the water and water from rain. And then we can introduce some heat pump to have a source of energy for cooling or heating, again using this source. And after that, to put that rooftop greenhouse that is intelligent and introducing this concept such a way to increase the oxygen concentration into the building. Next one, please. I think I have some time, yes. I will try to go more fast. So here it's about how is working this coupled tank system with liquid desiccant air conditioner. Again, the same concept, water G, to heating or to cooling there. So we are using different circuit. So next, during the day, during the night, this is a two-tank system experimental model organized by our student in our university. They organize everything here, even a meteorological station, this kind of it is working, this system, such a heat pump, and the whole devices for control, everything. What was nice for their team was that they participated in a competition in Paris a few years ago, and among 250 teams, they were on the 5th place. On the 1st place was a team from India. Next. The same concept of smart house. You can see, you know very well how to control and to have everything under control in internet, light, some water to put there, some everything, embedded system, microcontrollers, temperature inside, and so on, all systems that can be controlled over internet by the help of Internet of Things. It's the same concept that we can take for our application. Next one. Just we integrate. So here again, we are speaking about intelligent rooftop greenhouse, mathematical and computer model. We again model inside, next please, a lot of parameters. As I told you, we discussed with some architect. We were in different conferences in Europe, in Italy, in Austria, in Wien, and we collaborate with them. This is the model with different parameters, with 6 equations. Next, please. And again, MATLAB Simulink implementation with many blocks under these big blocks. Next one, please. Other blocks, temperature modules, you can see here. So I told you from the beginning that we have a very complex system now. When we put the rooftop greenhouse there and we want to circulate to have this flow for air. Next one, please. So it's very complex system with time delay, with dead time, and so on. And we want to control this system, the temperature inside. Next, please. We have only 2-3 slides and that's finished. So we are speaking about optimal control, but in our case, we are using soft computing introduced by the help of fuzzy rule-based, fuzzy expert system, and we will have an economy in energy. Next one. It was the first experience in Japan some years ago, when in a building they use such an optimal control, conventional control, and another control with fuzzy control, and people inside did not felt they changed from a system to another one, but using such rules, so fuzzy control, they reduce the energy consumption with more than 25%. This is very important. So the same thing, we are using soft computing. Next one. It's also related to stability, to optimization, and so on. Here is the temperature control, and you can see the temperature Inside the greenhouse, on the rooftop greenhouse, is this green line, and there red line, it's the temperature in the building. So inside the building you will have a more precise temperature. You can see in the case of a PID control, the temperature is constant. In the top of the building, the temperature is lower and is varying. It's not necessary to keep it constant. So now we are interested in the temperature in the building and on the top of the building, the rooftop greenhouse. Here is using our concept. I'm not insisting. I told you that we introduced this kind of fuzzy interpolative controllers. So in the building, even in the building, we do not have completely the same temperature. It is varying 1-2 degrees. The human being will not feel 1-2 degrees, and the economy is in energy. And also on the top of greenhouse. Here it's related to the consume. Next, please. And here it's discussion related to CO2 concentration. How is in the building, how is in the greenhouse? And then to circulate this is quite similar, but you can see in the building is bigger because there are humans inside and producing CO2, and in the rooftop greenhouse it's lower but producing oxygen. And now we are interested to circulate, to have this flow. Next, please. So here more I'm introducing concept. How we are controlling this system by if-then rules. I will not insist here. There are parameters and introduced in rules like a fuzzy expert system. And to have this controller. Next one, please. Again, the green skyline cities, the big concept. It's a town composed exclusively with intelligent rooftop greenhouse in a green skyline city, which consume CO2 and create oxygen. This is very important in our cities nowadays with a lot of pollution. So we arrive, by adopting this concept, we arrive to the concept of smart green skyline cities. And there are many dedicated projects, and we are expected to be more. As I told you just now this year in Europe, they are expecting this topic, because every year in Europe we have other topic, usually 2 topics. So this one is for this year. Next, please. Different advantages, I will not insist on them, only on the final that this concept means synergies, human-plant symbiosis, and also local exploitation of renewable energy, air conditioning, so temperature, humidity, chemical composition, all that means air conditioning. It's about new urbanism vision and the perfect compatibility with the smart city. All is done for following this United Nations conference about the global warming, Paris 2015. All countries are engaged in this measure to follow. Next one is the last one. So here you can see a flower from our garden, and usually in a flower you will see only 1 bean. You can see here 3. So it's enough food there, and also it's enough place for all of us to work together and to succeed in our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for your stimulating speech. and we express our appreciation for our marvelous speech, which addresses the applications of IoT, specifically intelligent rooftop greenhouses, renewable energies, passive greenhouses, greenhouse mathematical models, urban agriculture and integrated rooftop greenhouse, intelligent and adaptive control using fuzzy models for reducing energy consumption, and something related to key fields of IoT, and specifically your years of research, your depth of understanding, and your ability to explore the new research areas in such an interesting way produce one of the most memorable moments, and we plan to learn more from you. We are expecting the same association and relations with us for all our future endeavors, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot.
Excellent, madam. So
Yes,
we are really indebted by this talk, and I expect like all the scholars, all the research scholars who are working in this domain, they will immensely benefited by this. So looking into the requirement of the demand of time, so we are already running late, so we are not accommodating any questions from the scholars and students. So I think like we can take it later in an offline mode. So just in order to keep the pace with the time, so we'll go with Sir Kanti sir. So madam, just thank you so much again from our end, and we'll be expecting, so when things reach a normal stage, we'll be expecting you to visit our campus someday. Okay, so that we'll be more benefited by your presence.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, madam. So now we have like Anindya sir has already joined. Sir, namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Sir, over to you, Kranti Kumar, sir.
Yes, thank you, madam. Thank you very much, sir, head of the department, sir. And thanks to everyone. And our next guest of honor, it is a very honor for me to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Ananda Bose, to address the next generation of IoT. Is characterized by the usage of smart solutions with embedded intelligence and the possibilities of all the things, processing capabilities, and all those things. And preferably, and Dr. Ananda Bose is presently working as a senior publishing editor with Springer Nature. Dr. Bose is a part of the global acquisition team at Springer and responsible for acquisition of scientific content across the globe. The disciplines he is responsible for the chemistry, material sciences, earth sciences, and computational intelligence. He has more than 24 years of industrial experience in marketing and different fields of publishing. Dr. Bose has completed masters in organic chemistry from Delhi University and masters in marketing research from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies, Pune. Bose has delivered more than 60 invited talks on scientific writing and publishing ethics in reputed universities, international conferences, and author workshops. He has published books for secondary level in chemistry and is an American Chemical Society, USA. And yes, sir, please hand over the session, and you can address with the new analysis of related to IoT fields. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kranti. I hope you can hear me, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon. It was always a pleasure to hear Valentina. Thank you, Valentina, for this insightful talk on renewable energy and green smart technologies. So now I will, without wasting any more time, because we are already running a little late, as HOD sir has said. So I will just present my presentation, share the screen. Just a minute, I will do that. Yeah, I hope you can all see the presentation now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what exactly I'm going to talk today is about the elements of book publishing. Why I'm talking about book publishing, that is very important to tell you guys that we are experiencing a very, very different global phenomena, which is the pandemic for last 1 year or so, and we are all trapped in our houses, and we are working from home, and it is a difficult situation for everyone. But online things have really opened our access to each other. We are able to talk to each other, communicate with each other. And that is one of the reason, all the academicians who are working from home, even unable to go to their labs, they are still working on their projects, and they are trying to collaborate globally, and they are trying to work on many book projects. We have seen there is a huge amount of book publishing activities in 2020, and many people started writing to us for authoring books or editing books. So I thought it is a good platform to talk about the elements of book publishing as well as certain services which we offer. So to start with, I will give you a small brief about the company I work with. I work with Springer. Most of you know the horse logo is very famous and popular. This is the company which was started in 1842 by the person you can see over here. He is Julius Springer. He started this organization in Berlin. It was a small bookstore, a bookshop, and he started talking to people, and many Nobel laureates at that point of time, and scientists, so that they can come and work with us. We started with two important subject areas like mathematics and engineering, and now we are working in many areas. So in 1924, after a long time, we actually expanded. And after the First World War, we opened another office in Vienna. And after the Second World War, we opened our biggest office, that is the Heidelberg office, which is our editorial office. Now the company is basically known as Springer Nature. And why it is Springer Nature? Because in 2015, there is a joint venture between Macmillan Science and Education and Springer. And a new company has born on that day. And we have 10,000 plus colleagues, and we are operating from 50 different countries. I will tell you a little bit about Springer's role in academic book publishing. See, we are into academic book publishing. Academic means whatever is basically research-oriented studies and whatever syllabi-related activities we publish. So this is called academic book publishing. We are one of the largest book publishers in the world. And as I said, we started in the year 1842 with mathematics and engineering as core subjects for publishing. But eventually, we managed to come to different subjects like STM, science, technology, and medicine. Then medicine from management, and finally, we have ventured into humanities and social sciences too. So we are now covering all research areas, and we publish almost 13,000 new books each year, which is way ahead of our competitors. And this is a huge number of books we are basically working on. Every year, we have huge number of editors and marketing team. They are working behind this. And we have a platform which has more than 3 lakh books available in online mode. That is something which has really helped us during this 2020 during the pandemic year, because this is the digital content which was able to reach our readers, because print thing was completely closed. It is very difficult to print anything because things were closed, and at the same time it was very difficult to reach readers with the printed books, because all the distribution was closed. So everything was basically dependent on the digital platform. And interestingly, I will tell you, in 2020, we have seen huge amount of downloads. We have never expected that also, that we will touch some 2 billion downloads figure, which is a huge number. And this has happened in 2020, maybe because of pandemic, maybe because we are already into this particular digital platform for quite some time. So we are one of the pioneers in digital book publishing, and we offer books in all different formats, electronic as well as print. Now I will tell you about certain things which are very important for people who are trying to publish book, who wants to author a book. See, basically there are different steps of book, and there are different types of books. We will talk about both the things in this presentation. In steps of books, you will find there are 5 steps. And the first and the important step to start with, it starts with an idea. Everything in this world starts with an idea which comes, and we always signify that with a small bulb which is glowing, because idea is something which comes and goes away. It's just a bulb, light bulb, which ignites and then it's immediately switched off. So we get numerous ideas in a day, and it is always good to write those ideas which are important ideas, because you get an idea today and maybe you will forget that idea tomorrow, because you will be loaded with more ideas tomorrow. So when you have a good idea, please write it down. So if you have an idea for writing a book, then if you have a good idea, then you can create something new for future readers. But if you have a unique idea, then definitely you can fill the gap in current literature. Now, I always give this example of artificial intelligence when I talk about this thing. See, why artificial intelligence? Because everybody is talking about artificial intelligence in all domains right now. Everyone is talking about AI. But AI is not something which has started in last 5 years or 10 years time. AI has started almost 60 years ago in 1960. So in these 60 years, there is a lot of literature has been built, and a lot of people have written about AI, but still you will find there are gaps in this literature. So when you can actually you have an idea to fulfill that gap, that is something, a unique idea, which is very, very important for the community. So when you have an idea, how this idea will formalize into a proposal, how you can approach a publisher, and what all things are needed. There are 4 things which are needed, which are very important when you are formalizing an idea into a proposal. That is, first thing is your CV or your biodata or your profile. That is very important, and we need the list of publications which you have already done. That means you are working in that area, so definitely you have published some articles, definitely maybe you have published a book also. So we want those details, your CV. Second thing is synopsis of the book. I would like to highlight over here, synopsis of the book is one of the most important thing when an evaluation is being done. Unfortunately, 80% authors or editors, when they submit a proposal, they don't write the synopsis of the book, they write synopsis of the subject. See, I will give you an example. Suppose you are writing a book on applications of machine learning. Now, I want to know what all applications you are going to cover in your book, what all things you are going to cover which will benefit the reader. I don't want to know about the subject machine learning, because when I will target my readers, I am not going to tell them what is machine learning. They are already aware of it. I am going to tell them what the book has for them. So it is very, very important for you to understand this. When you write about the book or synopsis of the book, then please write the details of the book which you are planning to write, and how it is going to benefit the readers. Third thing is table of contents. Table of contents is the structure of the book. The detailed structure of the book is always very good for the evaluators to see. When they evaluate, they need to understand the content very well. Then only they will be able to help you with revision, or they will be able to help you with their feedback. The last thing which is a part of the proposal is sample chapters. Sample chapters are the chapters which you will prepare for this particular book. At times people get confused and they send us chapters which they have already published in other books as samples. No, we are not talking about samples which you have already published. The sample which you are planning to publish. So there are 4 things which are very, very important: your biodata, synopsis or about the book, table of contents, which is the structure of the book, and the sample chapters. When you have all these 4 things ready, then you can send these things to the publisher. Once we receive them, first step is the proposal evaluation. See, I work for Springer. Many editors, they work for Springer or any other publisher. When they receive a book proposal, first thing they do, they have a checklist with them. They try to see all these things, and they immediately take a decision whether we have to send this book for peer reviewing or not. If there are lacunae or something is lacking, then we will write back to the author or the proposer, please, send all these details. So that is the first part, is the evaluation of the proposal. Second is, we send it to the peer reviewer. That means experts in your area who are working in the same area, so that they can check the book. And as we also send it to the editorial board of Springer or the publisher. So editorial board also, they give their comments. The reviewers, the external reviewers, they give their comments. We collect these comments, and finally we take a decision whether we want to do this book or not. If we have taken a positive decision, then next step is acceptance. We accept the proposal and we go for a formal contract. Once the contract is signed, we give you an author package. Now, what exactly is author package? Author package are certain templates and certain forms. It's a template in which you can actually create your manuscript. And there are certain forms like copyright forms. We have permission forms. These are the forms which you require while creating your manuscript. So you get the author package from your team, from our team, and then you create that manuscript. Once the manuscript is ready, usually you send the manuscript in a digital format, either in a doc file or in the form of a LaTeX file or something like that, because nowadays we don't entertain any handwritten manuscript anymore. So it's all, digital format. So once we receive the manuscript, in our fourth stage, it goes to the production. Before it is sent to the production, there are certain quick analysis. Number one analysis we do is basically we check the plagiarism of the work. We check the similarity content of your work. Secondly, we check the ethical aspects, whether you have used some photographs, whether you have used something without taking any permission. So we check those ethical things. And thirdly, we try to see the language part also. So the team is there. There's a backend team which analyzes your proposal, your manuscript, and the manuscript is completely checked. So we check all these three things. And finally, this manuscript is moved to the production team, where they create a digital format of your work. We create an XML. We have to create an XML because once the XML is created, then we will be able to create different formats needed for different platforms. Why we need it? Because in previous days we only used to publish in print format, but now if you see, all digital formats are required. Like if you want to read on iPad, we need a EPUB file. If you want to read on Kindle, we need a PRC file. If you want to read on a smartphone, we need a different type of format. So first we create an XML by tagging those manuscript which you have given us, and then we create the book. So in production, on the fourth step, we create the book. Once the book is formed, we come to the very final step of book publishing, and this is the most important step which the publisher is basically responsible for. That is the dissemination of your work, how the work will go to the readers. And that is very, very important, because when you take a decision to author a book, please see the dissemination activities or the workflow of the publisher. Because if your work is not disseminated properly, then it is not reaching the correct audience and correct readers. If it is not reaching the correct readers, the objective of writing the book is completely defeated. Because your objective is to reach the readers so that they can read it more, they can get help from benefit from your book, and also they can advance their study. In a way, your work will be cited, and with this citation, you can grow. This is the whole thing which is related. So dissemination is very important. On the slide, you can see certain details which are mentioned over here. First thing which is mentioned is Springer.com. Springer.com is one of the websites we maintain, and we have a dedicated homepage of each and every book. Whatever book you are writing with us, we have a dedicated homepage for that. We have all the sales information in that. We have the about the book. We have the about the authors and editors. We have all the details over there so that people can go and people can read, people can understand. Then we have another platform which is called Springer Link. People who already are Springer authors, or they have been to Springer Link for downloading things, they know very well this is the content platform of Springer, where the content is available, where the book is available in digital form. We have 10,000 plus institutions. They are members of our platform, and obviously, all these 10,000 institutions are not going to take your book. Books are actually sold in the form of ebook packages, and these ebook packages are subscribed by these institutions. Thirdly, you can see the distribution part. Distribution is very important. Beside Springer distributes it on its own platform, we have third parties working with us. They are marketing channels like Amazon, like Flipkart, iTunes, Barnes and Nobles. There are many different companies are associated with us, and we are basically distributing this book, your book, to different people through these channels. Finally, we have an author support team, and this team is very doing an important activity behind the curtain. They create the cover, they create the flyers, and they create the newsletters. The information which is reaching the audience, reaching the readers via exhibitions or through mailers. That is very important, because we have to give information to the readers about your book, then only it will sell. So these are the most important 5 steps involved in book publishing. It starts with an idea, then it formalized into a proposal, then the proposal comes to us for evaluation, and the manuscript is getting generated. From the manuscript which is submitted to us, we create the book, and finally the book is taken to the platform Springer Link, which is disseminated to all the readers. Now we will talk about types of books, and it is important that we understand the academic books which are there out there, and what kind of books you can actually author and how you can write them. The first type of book is monograph. It's a scholarly book on a single subject written by an author or a group of authors. Monograph is the content which is like, if you are doing a research on a particular topic, then you can, on that particular topic, you can write a book which is an authored book. So monograph is an authored book, maybe a single author or a multiple author. Then we have another type of book which is called edited volume. Edited volumes are contributed volumes. These are invited works. Here, there are certain editors who conceptualize the whole thing, and they have a theme in their mind. On the basis of the theme, they start inviting senior people or people who can contribute, and they can write chapters for this book. That is why this is called a contributed volume or an edited volume. Now, I would like to highlight one point over here, because in last couple of years, we have seen that many young scholars or young faculties who are, just completed their PhD or just joined a job, they want to write edited books. I would like to highlight and emphasize that edited book is something to be written or edited by senior people. You should concentrate more on writing monographs rather than edited volumes. Like, in a journal, when you write, it is important that young scholars should concentrate or focus on writing original papers rather than review papers. Review papers are basically for senior people who can review the work, who can understand, who can use their expertise in the field for almost in there for 15-20 years. Similarly, edited volumes are also like that. Edited volume is not just collection of papers. Edited volume requires a lot of work. You need to understand the subject well. You have to invite people who are experts, and at the same time, you have the authority to edit their work. So it is important for you to understand senior people should write edited volumes. Young scholars should focus on writing monographs. When we talk about collection of papers, that is basically proceedings. When we have conferences, when we have congress, symposium, like one of the conferences you are attending right now, you have submitted your paper. There is a team behind it. They are organizing this conference. They are collecting your papers. They are doing some kind of review work. And finally, they are giving some acceptance, and on the basis of that, you will be presenting your work and your work will be published. This is called proceedings. And here it is the collection of papers. Please be mindful that edited volume is not collection of papers. Proceedings is collection of papers. Then we have professional books. Professional books are usually written by people who are in industry and who are working with professional organizations. They are usually in the form of a manual, a guide, data compendium, or something like that, which are also very useful for people who are in academic background, who are working with institutions. Then we have another type of book, which is textbook, which you know very well. It's a course book. It's a syllabus-based book, which are used for schools, colleges, and universities. Springer never says they are textbook publishers, because we believe more on publishing research content in the form of monograph and edited volumes. But as we publish many books, we publish almost 13,000 plus books. We almost publish 400 to 500 textbooks in a year, which is way higher the number than any good textbook publisher also. So we also publish very good textbooks, and these textbooks, if you have any idea or any plan for writing a textbook, you can approach us. Then we are talking about another type of book, which is called a reference work. Reference work are usually multi-volume work. They are like encyclopedias, which is talking about a subject from very basic to the tertiary content, and this is something which we cover in multiple volumes, and that is reference work. We have major reference work as MRWs, we call it, a very popular book program which we have in Springer. Then we have handbooks. Handbooks are also reference books, reference work, but they are usually single volume of something like to 1200 to 1500 odd pages, like 60 plus chapters, and again talking about the complete information about a subject area. So handbooks are also very, very popular form of books. If you go to Springer Link and you write handbooks, you will find there are very, very specific handbooks are there in different fields. Handbooks of civil engineering, handbooks of nanotechnology, handbooks of robotics are very, very popular handbooks which we have actually published over the years. Then there is a book which is called Springer Briefs. I don't know how many of you know about this. This is a very interesting book which is there for last 10 years or so, and we have published a huge number of books, briefs by now in last 10 years, and we have almost 80 plus series, different series working under Springer Briefs. What are briefs? Briefs are small books, compact volumes of 55 to 125 pages. These are small books, and this is for first-time authors or people who want to publish the work quickly with a quick turnaround, or a very, very important topic, but you don't want to publish it as a big book because you don't have that much time to invest. Then you can write a book which is called brief, which is a small book. And interestingly, in this particular program, copyright remains with author. Because when you actually write a book, then you submit your copyright form and you give your copyright to Springer for doing many different activities, for selling the book, for translating the book, or many other things. But in Springer Briefs, copyright remains with author. So author can keep the copyright with themselves so that they can extract the work, something out of it, and they can also publish at different places. There is another type of book which is recently launched, last 2 years we are working on it. This is a video book. We call it Discovery in Motion. We started with computer science and in medicine field, and now we are venturing into management as well as engineering. So we have almost 200 video books ready with us. We have seen that young scholars or the new generation academicians, they really love to study from videos. They love to make videos, and into 2020 you must have seen so many academicians, they have started their own YouTube channels, and they are spreading this, sending these videos to people and creating videos on their own. So it is, and you will find NPTEL also run a lot of courses by making videos. So we started with this video book, and these are like 30 minutes to 45 minutes videos, like 30 minutes with 5 chapters. So young people who are into this particular field, they can create their own video and they can create this book. This is another form of book which is becoming popular. Another way of publishing is open access publishing. This is not a type of book, but this is a mode in which you can publish a book. And why you have to go for open access? Because open access has certain benefits. Like you can see over here in the slide, it is written that it is 2.4 times more cited. It is 10 times more downloaded and 10 times more mentioned. So, when you are writing an open access book, the book reaches more readers. But at the same time, there is a cost attached to it. It is an author pay model, where author has to pay for publishing the book, where you have to pay a BPC, book processing charges. So what I can tell you, there's a site in our site. If you go to this particular page, like springernature.com/in/open research, then you will find many sponsors or funders, they are available worldwide. There are more than 200 funders are available who can be approached for funding your work. So you can write to them and you can see whether they are interested in funding your work. In case they are, then there is a possibility that you can publish an open access book. There is a website which has started just 6 months back. This is called oabooks-toolkit.org. This talks about all kinds of nuances of writing an OA book and different toolkits which are available for writing an OA book. A whole lot of information you will get if you go to this particular site. Quickly, we will touch some ethical issues before we talk about some quick services which are there. And ethical issues, I will ask you some questions. You can answer in your mind, because when we meet physically in a conference, I ask these questions and I also give some gifts to people so that they can get motivated. But at the same time, online we cannot do that. I will ask you some questions. Quickly, you can answer them in your mind and then we can proceed. First question is, how many papers are published worldwide in a year in English language journals? I am talking about the journals in all subject areas written in English language. So how many papers are getting published each year? If you can think of that number in your mind, I will tell you that number is something around, on an average, 1.8 million papers published worldwide each year. And this number has grown phenomenally. Last year in 2020, this has reached almost 2.4, 2.5 million papers. On an average, we are producing these many papers. Interestingly, these are the number of papers which are actually published and accepted and published. There are many more papers which are under revision or under rejection. Next question is, how many books are published worldwide? Now, when I ask this question, how many STM books are published worldwide, I also ask you whether the numbers of books are more or number of books are less. Usually people, these are notion-based questions. People say the number of books are less than number of papers. But interestingly, it's other way around. Books are like 2.2 million books are published worldwide each year. We are talking about ethics. So I will ask you another question. How many researchers in percentage, if you think about in percentage, have committed research fraud at least once in their career? If you think of a number which is like how many researchers are committing fraud in percentage during their career, this number is very, very low. This number is 1.98%. This is less than 2% people. But when we are talking about 1.8 million papers and 2.2 million books published each year, that means we are talking about almost 7 to 8 million researchers working. Now, when we are talking about 7 to 8 million researchers and you calculate 2% of that, this number is a very, very huge number. The absolute number is very high, and 2% is something which is very, very, disturbing, even though it is very less. What is the most occurring reason for retraction? I will tell you a little bit about retraction before I tell you the reason. Retraction is something where you can retract something, you can take back something which is already published. This was not possible when we were publishing everything in print, because when something is printed, the book is basically purchased by the reader. We cannot go to the reader's house and retract anything. But this is a possibility with the digital content. We have a platform, digitally the content is available. So if there is something unethical, then we can take that down, we can retract that paper, and we can put a reason over there. Now, interestingly, if we see the reasons for retraction, you will find the first reason is honest error, which says 40% people do honest error. Honest error is something that means you are committing an error, but without knowing that it is an error. Without know why this is happening, because you don't know the policies well, you don't know the methods correctly. Next thing is, you can see 28% is because of fabrication and falsification. Then there are 17% for plagiarism and self-plagiarism, and then there are other reasons also. But I want to emphasize on 40%, because why people are committing errors? Because they don't know the policies. I can help you with one thing over here. That is, you can go to this particular website of COPE. You can see the sign COPE over here, COPE, Committee on Publication Ethics, which is talking about different kind of ethics cases and why there are what are the different rules and methods. So very, very simple way they have basically discussed everything. So you can go to this website and you can learn much more about it. And what is copyright? I don't want to go into the definition. The definition well. Copyright is something which you can actually, is very, very important. So you will get more information about copyright when you go to the COPE site. There's something called simultaneous submission. Simultaneous submission is also unethical. Submitting the same manuscript to multiple publishers at the same time. Now, why this is unethical? It is unethical because you are submitting the same manuscript to different publishers, and different publishers are basically sending your work to different people for review, and this reviewers are very scarce. They are the people who are again working in your area, and basically it's a waste of time, effort, and resource. That is why this thing is very, very unethical. Then we have multiple submission. Multiple submission is also very unethical, and multiple submission is something like submission of several different manuscripts to the same publisher. This happens very frequently when we have a special issue where guest editor submits papers from his own team, or in a conference you will find the institution which is organizing the conference is basically submitting maximum papers from their institution only, or the editors who are part of that conference, they are giving their own papers. So these are different kind of multiple submissions which are unethical. Then there is plagiarism. Plagiarism is very unethical. We know very well. All plagiarism is a derogatory word. Interestingly, we don't say plagiarism more often. Nowadays, we talk and we tell people about similarity. We say overlapping. All these words are used. But in a way, if something is plagiarized, something is taken from someone else's work, and you are not giving recognition, then you are actually stealing someone else's work. So it is unethical. There is a document called Association of Research Libraries 2012, which is actually talking about the fair use. So you can download this, and you can also type fair use in Google, and you will find many documents which are available which will talk about what is the fair use and how you can fairly use someone else's work. How are we alerted to plagiarism? How we get to know about plagiarism? I mostly the original author, they come back to us and they tell us, okay, my work has been plagiarized by so-and-so person in so-and-so work. Sometimes reviewer, very seldom, because reviewers, they usually check the content. They don't go deep into the plagiarism checks and all. And many a times, you will find there are people like whistleblowers, people are readers, they get to see, okay, the same paper or the same work or same book has been published at 2 different places, same content. So they also, come back and they tell us. So this is the way we get alerted about it. So there is a tool which actually people talk about this tool very often, and they tell us that this is the tool which can find out plagiarism. But interestingly, it cannot identify plagiarism. It can give you certain numbers. When you run this tool, you get certain numbers, and they talk about the similarity of that paper or similarity of that book. So you need a human eye. You need a subject expert to tell us whether the work is plagiarized or not. I will tell you why I am saying this. See, this is the internal story. This is how I authenticate one of the plagiarism tool. This is how it looks. This is the inside story. This is how it looks. And when you run the software like ICNGIoT or Turnitin or DokuLock or something like that, you get a very colorful paper, and this colorful paper is not good, because this is something which is like, a lot of plagiarism is involved. You can see this paper has 93% similarity. So I will give you certain tips over here. First tips is the tool cannot detect all problems. Why I say this? Because suppose you have 2 papers, X and Y, and I run the papers through these tools. Now, if X gives me 30% similarity and Y gives me 10% similarity, if I look at the numbers, X is 30%, so X is more plagiarized. Now, when I will go deep into it, when a subject expert will check the paper, they will see this 30% may be from 30 different places with 1% each, and some scattered things taken from different papers. And this 10% is a direct pick or a direct copy from some paper, maybe an introduction part, maybe methods or something. So if you look at this way, then you will find 10% is more dangerous than this 30%. So tool cannot detect all problems, and a low similarity score does not mean there is no plagiarism. It is important to look at the individual scores of the sources. Setting the standard is not possible. Usually people come back to us and they ask, what is the standard? How you can set a standard, like 20% is more plagiarized or 25% is more plagiarized. How you set a limit? Limiting is not possible. It is like just misusing the tool. It is important to run the paper through the similarity tool, and then you consult the expert to find that whether this is plagiarized or not. Now, the publications which are part of cross-check database, everything is very commercial. ICNGIoT, Turnitin, they are big companies. They have created a cross-check database, and this database is basically all publishers. Good publishers are basically the member of this database. So this database is basically used for checking the content. And if the work is not part of this database, definitely you will find the work is something like, cannot be checked. Common phrases are not excluded. Like definition, common phrases, which are the part only a human eye can tell you, or an expert can tell you, no, this is not a plagiarism, this is a definition. But tool is anyways going to highlight it. You have taken permission, text for which you have taken permission. You have already taken permission and you have used that thing. But tool is going to highlight it. So again, the expert will take a call. Okay, this is already been, permission has been taken. Review articles, when you have review articles, you will find the similarity is more in comparison to original articles. So again, an expert can say. Patchwork plagiarism. Patchwork is something very, very difficult thing to find out, because people take things from here and there and create a sentence, and this is something which is, but my advice is, please don't do any plagiarism. This requires more effort than your original work. Go and actually write in your own language. Self-plagiarism. Self-plagiarism is something which you have already published, and again you are using that content again. So if you are using the same content again, that is basically self-plagiarism, and this is again unethical. So it is always good to refer your previous work rather than using the same language or lifting the same kind of sentences from there. Fabrication and falsification. This is something which has come after the internet. It has become famous, because before that it was much lesser. Now people can fabricate their content, or they can falsify the data which is available and use for their work. So general advice is, verbatim copying should be put in quotation marks. If you are using someone else's work, then please use quotation marks. If you think it is very lengthy with the portion which you are using, please go to the publisher and take permission. Give credit to the original author, and always request for permission for using figures and tables. If you are using figures and tables from your own work also, then you need the copyright back from the publisher so that you can reuse it. How you can do it, I will show you over here with this article. This is an article which is published in Springer. You will find there is a button over here which says reprints and permission. So all good publishers, they have these kind of home pages and these kind of buttons. When you click this, you will be taken to another page which is called rights link. They will ask you some questions. If you answer them correctly, you will get back the copyright of your work if you want to use it again for some other work. Before I conclude, I will quickly talk about some author services and publishing tools. They are freely available tools which are available for all researchers. You can use them in your daily work, and they are like, number one is Reviewer Finder. Reviewer Finder is a very nice tool where you can find a reviewer for your work. And very, very often nowadays, you will find that journals are asking for reviewers, books are asking for reviewers from you. When you submit a proposal on an article, they mandatorily ask you give them name of reviewers. So you can use this tool for finding reviewers in your area. Then we have another tool which is called Recommended. Recommended is a tool where you get recommendation about an article published in your area. As I said, 2 million papers are published in a year. That means 4,500 to 5,000 papers are published in a day. It is impossible for you to find the papers which are published in your area. So if you are basically registering with Recommended, this takes care of around 45,000 journals, and they will give you an alert. Whenever a machine can work much better than this in searching than a human being. So they can find an article which is published in your area and give you an alert. Overleaf is another software. This is a paid software, paid thing. We have a collaboration with them, and you will although they have run many different schemes and different promotional schemes for people who are in developing countries and all. So they help you with the collaborative writing and publishing, and many senior academicians are using Overleaf with their group of students for working on the content. There is another tool which is called SharedIt. If you publish with Springer, usually when you publish an article, you get a link from the production team, and this particular link you can share with people. That is why it is called SharedIt. Now, how it helps: when you publish a paper with Springer, you can take that link and you can share with people, and people can see the whole paper without downloading, and they cannot print it, but they can see the whole thing. In digital world, we have certain reservations, limitations, like if we are not subscribed to something, then we can only see the abstract. We cannot download the whole thing. You have to pay something around 25 euros for even downloading one paper. So without purchasing, you can actually share your work with people. How you can use it in a reverse way: suppose you want to read any paper and you are not able to download that paper because your institute has not subscribed to it, you can write to the corresponding author of that paper, please share it with me. Now, this SharedIt tool is only for papers which are published by Springer. There is another method of creating IDs, which is ORCID. I usually say they are like Aadhaar card for researchers. These are the IDs. If you don't have it, please go and register and have an ORCID ID, because this is an unique ID given to a researcher, and that will help you to have correct citation of your work. There is a team of ours is working very heavily behind the scenes, to create this particular blog post, which is called The Source. If you want to write something, you can go and you can share your views in Source. You can also get a lot of information about the career related aspects, and you can also get a lot of information about your own subject areas. So Source is a very, very nice blog post which you can take use of. Before I say thank you, there are 4 books I will discuss with you. I will tell you about them. The first one, the picture which you can see on the slide, is How to Write and Publish a Scientific Paper. This is written by Barbara Gastel and Robert A. Day. This is the 8th edition, which is available. And a 6th edition is freely available on net. If you want to just go and download the PDF of 6th edition, it is freely available. This is a book which talks about all different kinds of scientific paper publishing. So this is something must for any researcher. Second book is like Getting It Published, written by William Germano. William Germano is himself a publisher. This is also talking about different nuances of publishing. So you get these 2 books are like reference books. You can use it again and again, and for different purposes. Then there are 2 books which are close to me. One is Textbook of Research Ethics by Sana Lu. This is on research ethics used by many institutions. And the 4th one is a book by Engineering Research Methodology, written by the person you just heard, Valentina Balas. She is the author of this book, Rajiv Dey and Dipankar Deb. This is for engineering students for the research methodology part. So these are the 4 books which I usually tell people to buy. You can buy them in Amazon or Flipkart also, and they are not very expensive, maybe around 1,000 rupees or something like that. And they are very, very useful for your work. So thank you for listening to me, giving me this opportunity. And before I say thank you, it is like work sincerely, focus on quality, and say no to academic corruption. We all know, there are corruption everywhere, and in academic world is also not something which is away from corruption. Corruption is there. So you stay away from that and stay happy. Thank you very much. Thank you again. And you can see my email ID written over here. I know we are running late, and there is not much time available for question answer sessions over here. So if you have any queries later also, you can actually write to me in this anindo.post@springernature.com. I will be very happy to address your queries also. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your words. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, in the interest of time, so we cannot accommodate queries, because I know like there would have been a lot of queries, but in the interest of time, let us stick to the yeah. So Anindya sir, thank you so much from us, and we'll be expecting you very soon in our campus. So once things get normal, so please.
I would love to. I would love to, sir.
Movement, you should visit our campus.
Definitely, definitely.
To ask you here.
Of course, I will. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, over. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Because Mr. Sir has already joined. Sir,
Yes,
namaskar.
Yeah, namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Sorry, so much sorry like that. We are running because the schedule which was shared with you, we could not stick up to the schedule because the inaugural ceremony slightly got stretched up. So without wasting time, let's start your session, sir. Thank you so much.
So no problem. The only thing is that at 2 o'clock I need to leave.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, so I was enjoying hearing Mr. Anindya Bose, right?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Bose, I met you earlier a couple of times on different occasions in different conferences.
Correct.
Yeah. So this time, actually, unfortunately, we could not meet physically, right? So hopefully, we'll meet again.
But eventually, virtually, we have met.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
right.
True.
That's
Very
right.
true.
Yeah. Okay. So should we start now?
Kanti, let's go for a very short and brief introduction so that we can give maximum time to his talk. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Ananda Bose sir, for addressing different types of book publishing and ethics and all those things. And our next keynote speaker is Dr. Sudeep Mishra. Is a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Prior to this, he was associated with Cornell University, USA, LA University, USA, Nortel Networks, and the Government of Ontario. He received his PhD degree in computer science from Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. He has several years of experience working in the academia, government, and the private sectors in research, teaching, consulting, project management, architecture, software design, and product engineering roles. His current research interest includes wireless ad hoc and sensor networks, IoT, software-defined networks, cloud computing, big data networking, computer networks, learning systems, and algorithm design for emerging communication networks. And dear sir, please hand over the session and start with your recent trends and related issues of IoT, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the introduction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. And I know that it's already late for lunch for many of you, and for me as well. At 2 o'clock, I have another appointment for which I need to leave. So without any further delay, let us get started. So the topic that I'm going to talk about is healthcare. So IoT applications in healthcare. I'm going to discuss some of these different opportunities that that exist with applications of IoT in healthcare domain, and also some of the different challenges when you try to integrate IoT-based solutions for offering healthcare services. So this is basically the present scenario globally. In our country, in China, and many countries in the world, there is an increasing population. So along with population, we have a large number of different types of diseases. And last 1 year, we have already seen, even how a single disease can disrupt the entire economy of all countries, in fact, of the world. So there are growing number of diseases, and also people get sick and so on. So and if you have a huge population, that basically stresses the existing infrastructure of healthcare, because in every country, not just in our country, but in every country in the world, the medical facilities, the healthcare infrastructure, the resources, the doctors, the nurses, the hospitals, all these are very limited, right? And I myself, for example, I lived in Canada and US for large number of years, right? So over 10 years, I lived there. And even in many of these countries, what happens is if you have to get a specialist appointment, you need to really wait for a couple of months in certain times. right? So it is not very easy. For day-to-day kind of appointments, you will get a doctor visit in maybe the same day or couple of days. But if you have to go for an an expert, then you have to wait for a couple of months. You may have to wait for a couple of months. So this is what happens in most of the countries. So so this is a huge problem. So how can technology help, right? So coupled with this, you also have a common problem that most of us have witnessed, that we tend to forget the doctor's recommendation in terms of the prescriptions, the medicines, etc., which are prescribed by the doctors. We tend to forget, right? Sometimes we may delay in terms of taking the pill that has been prescribed by the doctor, right? So there is lack of patients' adherence to suggested treatment. And so what is important is that for problems of this nature, can we use technology, and more specifically IoT, because IoT is something that is very popular at present, and it has very strong promises to address some of the different problems that many of these different application domains face. So can IoT help in addressing some of these problems? And indeed IoT can do. And at the same time, the advantage is that IoT needs strong connectivity. So you need strong connectivity, network connectivity, and so on. And with the growth of 4G and 5G at present, and now people are talking about 6G and 7G and so on as well, right? So so we have a lot of different telecommunication facilities, infrastructure being built, and connectivity has become very pervasive now in almost all parts of the world, right? Even in remote parts of India as well, even though comparatively connectivity is an issue, but so it has become much better than what it used to be a couple of years back, right? So so given that you have all these different problems, given that you have IoT which can help, which has the potential to help address some of these different problems, and now that we have huge connectivity available in all different parts of the world, can we build infrastructure, IoT based infrastructure, that can help to interconnect hospitals and other medical facilities, hospitals to hospitals connectivity between patients and hospitals, between patients and patients, between patients and doctors, and so on. So all different types of combinations of connectivity we can have with the help of IoT to provide IoT-based e-health care solutions for people to enjoy, right? So, so essentially with IoT, what we can have is something like this. We can have e-health services made available anywhere in the world at any time using connectivity of anything, because as by now you know that we talk about Internet of Things, implying that you need to connect different things, different objects. These physical objects, typically in the context of healthcare, are different, different diagnostic devices, different sensors, wearables for the patients, and different facilities, right? So all of these can be connected together. So you have anything, anywhere, anytime connectivity together to offer advanced levels of e-healthcare services. So in e-health, so basically you need to use IoT. So when we talk about IoT, basically so we are talking about connectivity of different things. So as you can see in this particular picture on the left hand side, what we have are these different things, these wearables, these different devices in the hospitals, in the ambulances, and so on, which are sensor enabled typically. And these are sensor enabled things which can not only sense the physiological and other medical phenomena occurring around them, but these will also sense, and these can send the the sensed information through the gateway, through the network, through the backbone network that I was talking about, and send the data to a remote server, or typically nowadays people are embarking on the use of cloud for further storage and even going further analysis. So you have this complete end-to-end picture, starting from things to the communication network to cloud for storage and data analytics. So this is the typical landscape that one would witness when one tries to build an IoT-based healthcare system architecture. So different types of e-health services can be made possible. Telehealth education. So telehealth education is basically similar kind of thing like what we have right now is online education, right? So telehealth education is very similar for the doctors, for the medical practitioners. You can get education online through networked connectivity and so on from any part of the world, right? So basically, what could happen is a healthcare professional teacher would be sitting in any part of the world, let us say in US and in India. The doctor students basically they can get this healthcare education from this part of the world, right? So remotely it is possible. So telehealth data is very important. The reason being that data of any sort is important, and when we are talking about healthcare, data is extremely important, because you can get a lot of insights about what is going on if you analyze the data properly, right? So telehealth data and its analysis is very important to get a lot of insights. And how these insights help is that one can make prescriptions. One can first of all, one can make predictions about how a particular patient, for example, is going to be at a later point of time, given the past history and the present condition. So similarly, the patients could be prescribed with certain ways of living or certain medicines and so on. So these are actually called prescriptive analytics. So predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, all of these can be done with the help of this data, right? Similarly, you have telemedicine, telesurgery, telemonitoring. All of these basically medicine, surgery, and monitoring of patients and facilities. All of these can be done through network connectivity remotely. So these are actually different types of e-health services that can be offered in an advanced way with the help of IoT-based infrastructure. Telehealth education, I already told you. Telelearning, telementoring, telerobotic surgery, teleconsultation, all of these typically IoT enabled and can be offered to the doctors who are students who are aspiring to become doctors in future. The students basically, they can be trained from any part of the world by these trainers, right? By these teachers or the teaching professionals in the hospitals or medical colleges. So so basically, this healthcare education, this knowledge, it can be delivered anytime and from anywhere. And so remote research initiatives can also be set up. Then it is also possible to set up collaborations, demonstration centers, remote clinical trials, camps, etc. All of these could be all done, right? So the advantage of having this kind of platform is that typically you can get a decentralized platform for medical education and training to the healthcare service providers from remote locations around the globe. And decentralized platform basically gives you the advantage of not having a single point of failure and being able to offer round-the-clock support and diversified management of the system. Telehealth data, I already told you, data is very important. So offering lots of different types of interesting and advantageous services based on this collected data is very important. But at the same time, what is challenging is to understand that you need to have this backbone infrastructure for the collection of data, and of which the broadband services are very important, right? So most of these broadband services, if you do not have, then it is difficult to offer these types of advanced level of services over the internet. Telemedicine, basically in India and many countries, we already practice telemedicine a lot. So there are different telemedicine facilities that are set up around the country, and doctors in advanced hospitals and other advanced healthcare facilities, they can monitor the conditions of the patients remotely from their hospitals or from their end, wherever they are, right? So this remote monitoring, remote diagnosis, remote consultation of these patients can be provided by the doctors remotely, who may be situated in the big cities, and the patients may be situated in some rural unit or some remote area where maybe advanced healthcare facilities are not there. So telesurgery is a counterpart of telemedicine, where exactly whatever I talked about in the context of medicine can be translated to surgery as well. And so basically what happens is the doctors remotely, they could be performing certain surgical dealings, surgical operations, etc., on a patient remotely. So as you can understand that whenever you talk about remote surgery, one of the very important things is to have very low, extremely low, ultra low latency, and that can be offered by 5G and beyond, right? 5G and beyond talks about ultra low latency communication, and that is very important, because it should not happen that the doctor is performing some cut on the patient remotely using some remote device, but actually because of the delay, the skin of the patient gets dissected much more than what it is supposed to be because of the delay, right? So what is very important is to have this high performing communication backbone which can help in these kind of procedures. Telemonitoring is very important, sensing, collecting, monitoring the data, etc. And so all of these can be done, for which there are different types of wearable devices which can collect data, and these data could be collected using sensors which can be invasive or non-invasive, meaning that these sensors can be put on the surface of the human body, or the sensors could be invasive, which means that you need to make some surgical operation and place it inside the body. So based on the data that are collected, recommender systems, knowledge-based systems, decision support systems, these could all be set up, right? So actually in our lab, we developed certain telemonitoring systems, IoT-based telemonitoring system. It started with the AmbuSense system, which I will talk about shortly, and then we evolved into something called AP1. So both these AmbuSense and the AP1 systems are telemonitoring systems which are currently being commercialized through a startup company which is incubated at IIT Kharagpur. So as I was telling you that for e-health to evolve, you need really good backbone connectivity, and 5G and beyond basically gives you this kind of promise. So for this, basically, you need things like ultra low latency, ultra high reliability, high data rate, high energy efficiency, spectral efficiency. Like this actually there are so many different attractive requirements which are there, and 5G and beyond technologies can help in fulfilling many of these different ambitious objectives. So 5G in healthcare basically gives you the opportunities for real-time, high-speed clinical data delivery, making robotic surgery, remote robotic surgery possible. Robotic surgery is one thing, but remote robotic surgery is another thing, right? So making this possible, for making this possible, you need this kind of 5G and beyond, ultra high performing communication systems for making this a reality. Decentralized patient care beyond hospital setup is possible. Augmented reality and virtual reality based training for complex medical procedures can be done with the help of 5G. Then what is also very important is most of these medical data in the form of X-rays, CT scan reports, sonography reports, and so on. These, if you have to transmit them over the network, you need to have this network with very high data rate, and because these are very large data files, and you need really fast transmission of this data. For fast transmission of this data, you need really a very high performing kind of network with high data rate. and 5G basically has the capability of dealing with this kind of data volume with high rate of data transfer. So 5G in healthcare comes with a lot of promise. The total revenue by 2026 is expected to be 75.7 billion US dollar as per a survey that was conducted, and out of which the major share comes from patient applications, followed by hospital applications, healthcare data management, and other medical applications. So wearables are very important, very attractive, and are commercially available nowadays. Many wearable devices being produced by different companies around the world. And in India also, there are so many different manufacturers of wearable devices. In China and many countries, basically these wearable small devices could be used for doing number of different attractive things. So these could be, as you can see in this particular figure, these could be basically worn on the body of the human. No surgical operation needs to be performed, and so these things like these are some of these different devices like the Fitbit Flex, Withings Pulse, Misfit Shine. These are some of these commercially wrist-worn devices that are there, and these pictures are also shown. So what these could do is continuously these could throw a lot of insight about the health condition or the vital conditions, about the vitals of the patient or whoever is wearing it, and a lot of insights can be obtained about the patient who is put with these wearable devices. So one thing is to use these wearable devices which are non-invasive in nature, so no surgical operation needs to be performed, and these are easy to deploy, easy to use, and at the same time there are a lot of limitations, right? So the attractiveness is that within very short duration of time, with the help of these wearable devices, you just need to deploy these devices very easily, and you can get a lot of physiological data. For example, body temperature, pulse rate, blood oxygen, blood pressure, ECG, EMG, EEG, and many other vital parameters of these patients can be obtained through these different wearable sensors. So these sensor data need to be transmitted through certain transmission gateway using protocols such as Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, Z-Wave, Zigbee, and LoRa. And these are all again possible with the help of these commercially available non-invasive wearable devices. But there are a lot of invasive systems that are also coming up, because these non-invasive devices, they have certain limitations. They are not very precise, and you cannot really get a lot of insight about what is going on. What all you can do is you can get only a ballpark kind of assessment of the condition of the patient, but you need, in certain cases, you need to have really invasive devices which can give you more precise results about the condition of the patient, right? So but before we talk about that, these non-invasive devices have been used a lot, lots of different architectures. For example, WISE is one such architecture, the full form of which is wearable IoT cloud based health monitoring system. And this architecture is shown over here. 4-layered architecture starts from the sensing layer, and then comes the networking layer, data processing layer, and application layer. And so those of you who are interested more about what WISE does and how it functions, so the source is also given at the bottom of this slide. I'm not going to go through it in too much of detail because of the amount of time that is available to me right now. So these systems, like WISE and InterHealth, they can help in continuous monitoring of the human or the patients who are wearing them. And what has to be done is to collect the data that is coming out from these systems. And you have to really, what is the most interesting part is to really store the data and analyze the data in real time. Because if somebody is getting a heart attack, or if somebody is getting a stroke or something like that, at that time, if you cannot really make analysis, runtime analysis, real-time analysis of the data and make it available to the corresponding stakeholders, then that data will be of minimal use, right? So you need to make this data available as quickly as possible and the analytics thereof as quickly as possible, right from the point the data is obtained. So there are, as I was telling you, that not only non-invasive sensors, but there are invasive sensors and a combination thereof to make composite systems having both invasive and non-invasive sensors, which can do a lot of different monitoring from outside the human body, plus from inside. For example, with the help of invasive sensors, as you can see in this particular figure, so glucose sensor, for example, right? So glucose sensor is an invasive sensor. So invasive and non-invasive sensors, all of these could be integrated together, and the data can be obtained and can be sent over the network for further diagnosis, further analysis and storage, and so on and so forth. So composite systems are also becoming more and more popular. Then comes the issues of decision support systems, which as I was telling you earlier, which talk more about collecting the data, creating the knowledge base, as you can see over here, knowledge base, and offering different services in the form of diagnosis, therapy, prognosis, education, and so on and so forth. So these kind of knowledge-based systems are very important, so you can carry on different predictive analytics on the patients that come and visit a doctor, and a lot of different stuff can be obtained, can be done with the help of these decision support systems. So there are so many different decision support systems. For example, for cardiovascular disease risk assessment, there are decision support systems that have been developed. For cerebral stroke, also decision support systems have been developed. Similarly, there are recommender systems which are also developed, so these recommender systems, they take a step beyond, and what they do is that from the inventory of the patient's health data, and not only a single patient's health data, but also a lot of patients' health data, basically, lot of recommendations can be made about possible course of treatment for different ailments and list of healthcare facilities that are available. So the foremost objective is to ensure the accessibility of the valuable data at the right time by ensuring its quality, reliability, and authenticity. So typical recommender systems go through 3 different phases. One is the information collection phase, as you can see in this figure. Then comes the learning phase, and then comes the prediction or the recommendation phase. And through a feedback cycle, basically, these recommender systems, they come up with different interesting recommendations about the health and the condition of these patients. So there are different recommender systems that are publicly available. For example, for diabetes monitoring, for doctors, for even drug assistance, drug recommendations. So nowadays, people are talking about, in the healthcare community, people are talking about personalized medicine, right? So for personalized medicine, personalized drug recommendation, basically, these recommender systems, they can be useful. So, so there are so many different benefits of IoT in health. Immediate alerting during any medical emergency, reducing the physical need to go to a healthcare facility, eliminating the geographical barrier for rural or semi-rural regions, ubiquitous and wide-range healthcare facilities via virtual presence, early detection of any anomaly in the monitored physiological data, and the prediction of any disease from the detected anomaly. So as I was telling you, that we ourselves in the SWAN lab at IIT Kharagpur, we have done a lot of work on IoT based healthcare. We have developed the AmbuSense system, which was in the news. We have filed patents, and it was a couple of years back in the year 2016 when the patent was filed. And so this AmbuSense system, what it can do is continuous end-to-end monitoring of patients who are traveling in an ambulance, right? So these patients, they are fitted with these different wearables, and then comes the collection of the data and runtime analytics of the data that are collected. So AP1 is the next evolved version of AmbuSense, which can do much more beyond ambulatory monitoring in hospital, and continuous monitoring of the patients while the patient is in the hospital, when traveling, and also when the patient is moving around in the city. So all of these different types of analytics could be performed. So these are some of these different pictures showing the different versions of AP1. This is a commercialized product at present. So if you are interested to know more about AP1, there are data sheets that are available in the company website, which is www.sensor dropsnetworks.com. So anybody can visit and have further details about this product, and it is commercially available. So these are some of these different attractive features of AP1, and it is biometric authentication enabled as well. There are plug and play sensor integration features that are there, and so on. So many different features are there. The last thing that I would like to mention is that there is DigiScope, which evolved into Scope Edge, as we have named it. It is basically a smart digital stethoscope that we have developed. Basically, whatever a doctor's stethoscope can do, these things have been digitized, and doctors can remotely monitor the condition of the patient using a stethoscope, which the doctors actually do not need to really use directly on the patient, but there could be somebody who can be putting the stethoscope on the patient remotely, and the doctors can monitor the condition of the patient, and all these digitized information from the stethoscope are going to come, and the doctors can visualize all of these, right? So these are some of these different other evolved products which I had to quickly bring to an end. The reason, as I told you, is that I am already over time. And so this is basically a snapshot of some of the team members who have been working on these different works that we have been doing in our lab in IIT Kharagpur. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, quick questions, maybe I can pick up.
Sir, namaste. Questions.
Yes, please.
Sir, actually, how will collect the info remotely? Collect the patient information. How remote can possible, sir?
Remotely through the network, basically. It's Internet of Things, right? So IoT means like you have these sensors, sensor nodes to be more precise, right? So these sensor nodes, they not only sense, but they send the data through over the network, and then that network, the data will have to be analyzed further to make more insights about what is going on with the patient.
So I am talking about remote monitoring health. This is one of my work. It is we started. We need to provide more clarification about this.
Remote monitoring, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so remote monitoring means like, see, the thing is that when you are talking about remote monitoring, so you need to have this kind of a setup, right? You need to have these wearables on the patients, etc. And this data will have to be collected. The data will have to be processed. So for processing, typically it is sent to the cloud or so. And then, you need to have a feedback back to the source in order to help the patient or get further insights about the patient, right? So this is what a typical remote monitoring scenario looks like. Okay, anything else?
Yes, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
So much, because definitely would have loved to have more number of interactive questions. So as you have already mentioned, like you had already you are supposed to join some other at 2 p.m. exactly.
Yes, I am already over time.
You are over time, and we are not holding you back. So thank you so much. So because we have contacted you almost 2.5 months back, and you have agreed at that point, and you had ensured if it is in an online mode, I will be able to give you time, or else like we know your busy schedule, but still you have beared with us.
So yeah, so thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I will now disconnect.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and we'll start the next session. Thank you. So it's just informed to all the authors and who have joined. So we'll be breaking for the lunch. So exactly at 3 p.m. we'll be starting the technical sessions, parallel sessions, in 3 tracks.
Yes, sir. 3 to 5.
Yes, exactly 3 to 5.
Okay. So thank you, Valentina madam. Thank you so much. Anindya sir. So already, Anindya sir has already left. Okay. Okay. So now we can stop the recording.
Yes, sir. So he left the meeting. We can stop the recording.
So we can stop the recording. Thank you, Kanti sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
We can go and have lunch and come back by 3. So hardly we
Okay,
are 40-45 minutes left. So we have to come back. Okay.